You can call me Jovicho. I am the MC for the day. It's a great honor to be here in partnership with Kwakha Indvodza in the Babelo Oto, the Good Dead campaign, in partnership with SOS Children's Villages, La Khona Bahlangane Canada Fund for Local Initiatives. May I also express my gratitude that I've been given this opportunity in doing such a mammoth task of being the Director of Proceedings for the day. May I also acknowledge ukuthi sinebabukeli emakhaya lababukela umsakato wetithombe sivela bukhoma emsakatweni we-channel Yemaswati. Siyacela nawe mlaleli ukudonsa isitulo uhlale phasi noma usehhovisi ulandzele lo hlelo utawuva tingcociswano ngendzaba yekuthi babelocotho ubhekana natiphi tinsayeya asasebenta nekokuthi kungaba yiphi inzima wena longayidlala lapho ekhaya noma lapho emsebentini sisazama kokuthi bobabe bakhulumise tindzaba lababhekana nato basakhulisa abantwana babo. The theme for today is unmasking the journey in responsible present fatherhood and strengthening child-father relationships. We'll be looking at what research has come up with whilst working on this project, the policy position and what the practice is in the Kingdom of Eswatini. I take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the Principal Secretary in the DPM's office, who is on his way, Kwakha Indvodza Board, Canada Funds for Local Initiative, EU Ambassador Rep, Ms. Eva Maria Engdahl, the US Embassy Shajidi Affairs Rep, the UN AIDS Rep in our midst, may also Mr. Bedru Weldeseamat, I understand is from Ethiopia, Amasekinalo. May I also acknowledge the presence of the British High Commissioner in the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Excellency Simon Boyden, the Gender Theme Chairperson, Margaret Twala Tembe. May I also acknowledge in our midst the SOS Children's Villages representative in our midst, and also the SOS Norway, who is in our midst as the partners of SOS Children's Villages Eswatini in the Greek Gender Project. May I also acknowledge the presence of the Director of Kango, Mr. Tembinkosi Dlamini. May I also acknowledge Kwakha Indvodza Executive Director, Mr. Sonic Dlamini, senior government officers present here, directors of the different CSOs, and esteemed members of our panel today who will be leading the discussions, and our keynote speaker, Reverend David Mate. Members of the Fourth Estate, the media, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all today. Good morning. My name is Mzwakhe Sangshilo. May I just help us with a brief housekeeping? We would request that we have our cell phones on silent mode, or if it is possible, they may be off for the betterment of the session so that we concentrate and bring our utmost attention to the deliberations of the day, because research has shown that the challenges that we faced in society is because of dysfunctional families, and mostly in the Kingdom of Eswatini is the absence of the father. And so if we bring our attention to what is being discussed today, we'll probably have pearls that we'll take with us after this discussion. At this point in time, may I call upon, before calling upon the first speaker, we have the bathroom or the ablution block attached on this part of the building. So you use the exit, turn left on the foyer. You will see the signage for the ladies and the gents. Only one request that we have: please keep that place as hygienically acceptable as possible for the next user. Bayangiva-ke basekhaya ngisho ukuthi bekunena ihlala ihlantekile indzawo yethu nalota ayisebenzisa ayithokotele. Siyabonga bonkosi. Ngicela-ke ukuthi kulesikhathi samanje nginiketele lotawuqala inkulumo yakhe. Sengiyaxolisa anga-acknowledge umfundisi wami Babe Archbishop Shabalala sicela ku acknowledge presence yakho se siyambonga uNkulunkulu ngebukhona bakho kakhulu kunaletinye inhlangano letikhona nawe Miss Church Forum Council of Eswatini Churches nonke you are being acknowledged kodwa bese ngishilo ukuthi CSO konke lokho yabafaka nabo FBO basekhathi kulolo hlangothi lolo ngicela ukuthi kulesikhathi samanje ngicele Mr Sonik Dlamini. I know him to be Ngamiso, but he's Sonic for today. Reasons being we're already on an international platform. So they will acknowledge him better. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Sonic Dlamini, as he's going to do some welcoming remarks before we proceed with the proceedings of the day. Over to you, Nkosi. Ufake isudu lamhlanje nimshayele intandla.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. I'm not going to bore you with calling all the different representatives and titles that we have today. In the interest of time, and first and foremost, may I also apologize that we are slightly late in our project and our program for today. Thank you very much for being here. As I've been introduced, my name is Sonik Dlamini. I'm the Executive Director of Kwakha Indvodza. It's a pleasure, again, to be today here in our very first and foremost event on fatherhood. So let me just say my remarks and welcome remarks for you. First and foremost, the role a father plays in a child's life cannot be understated. Fathers help build a foundation for their children's success, well-being, growth, and self-identity. And without them in the house, their children can suffer throughout their entire lives. Who among us, if I may ask, has been following Khumbula Ekhaya? It is for that reason there is Khumbula Ekhaya, to find your father, to find your family, and to find your identity. However, for various reasons, many children in Eswatini are living without their fathers in their homes or who are absent from their lives entirely. This is an issue across all the world, and the children are having to deal with disadvantages caused by lack of support from their fathers. I think we've known quite a few who have lived without their fathers, and KI was established as part of that, seeing that gap with fathers not being present in the children's lives and with fathers not playing influential and positive roles. So it is therefore a significant problem that affects many boys and girls, and the worst part is Eswatini is already struggling with other challenges that, for instance, other countries are not experiencing, and adding father absence to the list does not make things any easier. Most kids typically lose one or both of their parents at an early age. Sometimes the decision to leave a Swazi child behind is voluntary, while other times it is out of the parents' control. For instance, many Swazis will still die from diseases, drug abuse, accidents, and many other complications such as gang-related crimes and many other social ills that usually affect or force fathers not to be in their children's lives. However, with poverty, which is another significant reason for other absence in Eswatini, it is a factor that leads some fathers to abandon their kids voluntarily. At least 20% of Eswatini's population is considered extremely poor, and with so much financial insecurity, it is uncommon for Swazi parents, including fathers, to abandon their kids. And the inability to care for them while watching them suffer and serve is too much for any parent to bear, and it motivates Swazi fathers to leave their children behind. No matter where a child lives, if their father is absent, that child will suffer the consequences. We know quite a few who've gone through that path. But some mothers who then stay behind try to shield their children from the impact of father absent. But with as many things in life, people can't protect children from everything. When a child has an absent father, it takes a toll on their development. And even if a mother continues to play a role like that of a father in her child's life, having a father can lead to disastrous outcomes. Other consequences include being homeless, falling into drug abuse, emotional maltreatment, teenage pregnancy, exploitation, physically and sexually, physical health, mental health, and many other problems, like problems with intimate relationships and problems with dying too early. What can we do and where can we start to decrease father absence in Eswatini? Reducing father absence in Eswatini will not happen overnight, as with other significant problems that this country faces. It is likely and will likely going to take many years to put a dent in this issue. But Kwakha Indvodza, having been here for over 12 years now, has been implementing the Babelokotho project, whose aim is engaging new and expectant fathers in communal dialogues to help improve child caregiving by men and their full participation in raising children with positive father or positive role models. And we hope through this project, Eswatini can start to decrease the number of fatherless children and restore the family structures. As part of the project and in partnership with the Canada Funds for Local Initiative, the Babelokotho program is trying to make a real difference by using locally informed, scalable, and most of all, increasingly popular intervention, which asks men to reflect on their own upbringing, culture, attitudes, and practice. And using our model, we challenge men to celebrate the role that other men play. Father figures of all kinds can and do play in the lives of their children. Through the project, KI supports that in developing a sense of competence and confidence about the fatherhood journey by engaging fathers from a strengths-based perspective that sees fathers as capable caretakers and equipping fathers with skills and knowledge about child development, safety and health, including everyday practices to emotionally engage, enjoy, and enhance the quality of their relationship with the child. We also empower fathers to see themselves as competent caretakers who can meet the everyday challenges of fatherhood. It is a challenge, I can tell you. In other projects, we raise awareness to encourage men to change their attitude when it comes to issues of health, getting tested, and visiting health facilities to access treatment in the hope they can increase their chances of surviving to stay in the lives of their children. Positive fatherhood is our entry point to a broader and most elusive topics such as gender equality, men and their health, culture norms and traditional values, behavior change, social and economic challenges. We even dive deeper into the woods of gender, its meaning to the men, the expectations that come with gender roles, its impact on the lives of men and that of their children. We explore also, among other things, family planning, pregnancy, and being present during pregnancy, and challenge men to support their pregnant partners, dealing with the stress of being a first-time father or just a new baby, if for those who are experienced fathers. As we hit the nail to the coffin, we also share ideas on the importance of positive parenting, masculinity, discipline, and how discipline can be reinforced in the most loving way before abuse or child abuse and SODV starts knocking at your door. I am glad that you are joining us today as we embark on this first of its kind Fatherhood Convention as a way to know a little more about Eswatini fathers. As a father myself, I've seen the importance over the years of being an engaged father, but I'm only 9 years into this role and this journey. Having brought today many different aspects, our events pulled the information together that you will receive through our presentation. It will explain the ways that fathers enrich the lives of their families, their children, and the mother of their children. Culturally, mothering behavior begins or occurs in one of the two situations: when the woman first determines that she is pregnant or when the baby is delivered. In our society, that's when a mom really feels fulfilled that she is now a mother. Across many other societies, there is a much broader range for when a man has a clearly identifiable initiation as a father. It isn't necessary when he hears that the mother of his child is pregnant or necessarily at the delivery. Although being present at the delivery in support of the mother can be one of the touchstones that promote father engagement. I'm happy to share that in my time as a father, I've had the possibility to personally receive my firstborn, cut his umbilical cord, took his weight, gave him his first injection, and put his first clothes, and taking him out to sit under a tree. It is possible in Eswatini to use Swazimen. You just need to be courageous enough to stand there. But I can tell you, it is something that you can do. So, I actually did this at Manga in a public hospital, so you can do it. You don't need to be at a private health facility. What do fathers need, if we may ask? Fathers need, or on their part, support from the system and support from the family, which expect the father to be involved. Fathers also need an opportunity. You need an opportunity to be present during the life of your partner's pregnancy. We need to provide opportunities to fathers to be involved, to be engaged, and to receive services, and to be present in their household. Finally, fathers need to be encouraged. Some fathers know exactly what role they are going to play, but typically, coming from a family where the father was a positive role model, and the young man growing up to be the father knows what his role is. But other men are not so fortunate and may not have that healthy role model in their lives. So they need to be encouraged to step up, to be there for their children, and to be there for the mother of their children. When we have the expectation, opportunities, and encouragement, it is more likely the father will be engaged in the early development of their children. But fathers do not matter. Mothers have their own way of raising children, just as fathers have their own way. Kids want to know more about the father's likes and dislikes. How we do encouraging fathers themselves to sit down with the children at age-appropriate levels and talk to their children about what messages they want to pass on to them, who they are, what their hopes are for their children. We, as Kwakha Indvodza, and in partnership with the other funds and donors, especially our Canada Funds for Local Initiatives, our fatherhood sessions encourages fathers to have that opportunity to connect with their child at birth and shortly after birth, and inform fathers how this early bonding may result in even more opportunities throughout the child's life. The role of a father and what is the meaning of a father involvement. In the context of a Swatini society, many fathers are fulfilling the role of disciplinarian, but it has to be in a safe and respectable way, as SOS Villages puts it, in the best interest of the child. It can't be in a violent way, because boys are raised in homes with violence tend to perpetuate that in their family. Using this role as a disciplinarian, it is important that fathers use physical presence and teach their children how to respond to situations accordingly and appropriately. I want to take you through more to some of the ways that fathers shape their children's expectations of the future and help raise children so that they are safe, productive, and respectful. First, the role of a father is that of being a masculinity identity figure. As a toddler, a father plays a significant role in forming gender identity. Gender identity including identifying as a boy or male or a girl or female is typically developed in children by the time they are 3 or 4 years old. Things like falling under the first role of masculinity, that are also the cornerstones to shaping how their children develop relationships with both genders. When an infant is born, they have no concept of self. At a very young age, baby starts recognizing the distinction between maternal care and paternal care. between the feminine and the masculine. When babies recognize that, they start seeking the behavior from those parents, and that helps fulfill not only the child's needs, but also their gender role identity. Fathers also shape the culturally acceptable behavior of boys and girls. And fathers will talk to boys about what's acceptable in terms of masculinity behavior and what isn't, depending on our culture. Fathers delineate appropriate emotional and physical expression, especially for boys. They act as the grinding stone upon which boys sharpen their emerging masculinity and the appreciation and appreciative audience to which daughters express and identify femininity. Fathers also play the role of physical development. They encourage orientation towards comfort with their bodies through sports and physical play, such as rough housing, tickling, and wrestling. I know you all do that. We play with our children to encourage them to do that. And they offer biological connections between dads and their children. Fathers also tend to allow more physical risk-taking, whereas our mothers, they protect you from the rest of the world. We as men, we prepare you for the rest of the world. So we shape the child's gross and fine motor development when we play with our children. So do play with your children, because that is an important role. We also, when fathers are interacting with their children in a healthy way, we encourage children to develop their own physical skills and coordination, allowing them to achieve more tasks at an earlier age. We also play the role of ethical and moral development. One very important component of a father's impact on a child is their role in helping develop a child's ethical and moral compass. Your father in the house is the one that will tell you how to behave and when, and in which way, in which manner. So we determine the level of what is acceptable in terms of different people of different backgrounds, how we tolerate non-violence, respecting others who reflect, and children who reflect the same values also do well in intimate relationships. If a father is accommodating to people of other cultures, for instance, and other backgrounds, and other religions and spiritual beliefs, then children too start to believe in the same and accept that as a normal way of interacting with other members of society. Importantly, kids do better when a healthy role model is there to talk to them and interact with them and give them comfort and teach the children the skills they need, especially when it comes to good and bad, right and wrong. When disciplining a child, we as fathers, we often use techniques to teach that what the child can make mistakes, that some actions are right, some behaviors are wrong, and what makes something good and what makes something bad. So fathers, if in the idea of discipline is very strict, we will substitute the term discipline with setting limits for children. When we set limits with our children, often we have tools in our toolbox, such as iMessaging, natural and logical consequences, and sometimes we might not be using the tool if the focus is on strict discipline. So we play very different roles, and let me not bore you too much, but I also want to highlight the aspect of religious and spiritual formation. For many children, the father's belief in a higher power and how he ties that to moral development and social justice or giving back to community significantly influences the child's willingness to participate in altruistic endeavors. Today we are here because grants and philanthropists and donors have that altruistic endeavor. Through SOS, through our Canada Funds for Local Initiatives, through everyone who funds the British Embassy, the United Nations, those are some of the values that have been imparted by racial connection to that. So we impart that to our children. So for instance, things like what I want to pass on to my children, what I want my children to understand, what I want to do as an honor and respect, because honor and respect varies from culture to culture. So those are some of the things that we do. In the course of the Babelo Kofo project, KI has used arts and storytelling techniques to encourage, challenge, and celebrate one of the most basic human rights instincts, to be present and positive influences in the father's lives, in the children's lives. We have heard from the voices of children, I think 2 weeks ago, a letter to my father ceremony, the stories of men throughout our fatherhood workshops and through our Fatherhood Fridays and social media campaign, which has helped us to reach many people all over the world, and in Eswatini over 230,000 Yemaswati. Where our words fail us, our photography and through thought-provoking images, we have continued to rummage through rambling and taking our messages across many generations, even beyond our borders. There is a sculpture, I'm not going to tell you what it stands for, in the front, but there is a man with his tools and a child on his shoulders. These are some of the journeys men go through. And if I may read part of the message for you. So it reads, and thanks to Yemaswati for giving us this opportunity. Until my blood runs dry. Through struggling, through hardship, through pain, I continue to persevere until my blood runs dry. This sculpture makes physical the struggle and difficulties I've witnessed, not just in my own life, but in the lives of those around. I have witnessed the powerful and enduring force of the human spirit from those who have not just kept on living for themselves, but made means to carry those who have come after them, the child. The child on the man's shoulders represents a shared journey, a symbol of how we carry the future generations even through our own pain, the pain that we suffer on a day-to-day basis, drug abuse, emotional, mental abuse, and many other ways. The arrow on through the man's foot is not just a representation of violence and sometimes gender violence, but also of the barriers that many of us have had to contend with in our lives. But even with pain, the man endures, and the precious life on his shoulders, he is not without his own tools in his toolbox. He carries a source of light, his own powerful and enduring spirit that keep them both going until his blood runs dry. I thank you.
Wow. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sonkhe S'khatsi. I've known him in his earlier days, but I'm amazed at what a great orator he has become and how artistic he can be. As he was telling us about this sculpture before us here today, I think we shall get a moment, probably during tea break or even at lunch, to make sure I'm sure we're going to have lunch. I don't have the rights to announce that yet, but I'm sure, to look at this great piece of work that is here before us, and I'm sure some of us may even have the fees to afford taking this and owning it in their homes so that they keep a reminder of what the father goes through each and every day. Because we're faced with a lot of struggles. We appreciate all our partners who've done a lot of good in terms of pushing CEDAW, the conventional elimination of discrimination of all forms against women and children. But then there is this part that has always been missing, the other link, the part where the males are involved, where the young boys should be coming through and mentored properly to become the right fathers. High Commissioner say, I'm reminded of how most of our people are enrolling in the local institutions at tertiary. Some prefer to go to the Republic of South Africa. There is one institution known as UNISA. May I have a disclaimer, I don't have rights to discuss this about them, but this is my notion about fatherhood. Graduates of UNISA, they go through the program without seeing their lecturers. And in my head, as the director was speaking here, I said, oh, fathers in Eswatini are like UNISA lecturers. The learners graduate without meeting them at times. This is a personal experience. At some point when we were queuing for the Scholarship Selection Board interviews, one of the colleagues who was in the line was expected to go and call his father, his uncle, and mother. And this was for the first time she would be interacting with the father. She wept because she never knew which direction to go to. But eventually she found the traces, and then they met with the father, and the interviews. If you're a local, you know what happened at Scholarship Selection Board. Yeah, why is your credit tax number different with that of your child? Is this your child? So all of those things. And you can tell, as Mr. Dlamini was speaking here, there are a lot of wounds that our society have with regard to raising the boy child. And responsible fatherhood is what this Good Dad project is about. And so today here at this convention, we will have a feel of the numbers of what statistics are available in as far as the situation in the Kingdom of Eswatini. But at this point in time, we have one of our own, Scroll the Poet. Scroll the Poet is here to entertain us, but in a way of edutaining us. Scroll the Poet, please come through. Kwakha Indvodza is partnering with artists. He's an upcoming artist. He has his work on TikTok. You can just go Scroll the Poet and see how you can partner with him for your projects and how he can be a voice on what you do. We would like to just have a breather, and then after him we'll have a representative of SOS Children's Villages coming through to deliver her remarks. Scroll the Poet, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone in the house. Mr. Sonic is asking me to take the stage. Is it possible, media team, that I take center stage? All right, thank you. As introduced, I am Scroll. I am a poet on digital platforms. On Facebook, I am Sizolo Tumazia. On IG, I am Sizolo Tumazia. And on TikTok, I am Scroll. So I'm going to be reciting a piece. Ayamalanga gawafani zochika na levili iyo ainingakali ayamalanga awafani ma zochika na levili iyo ainingakali. My father was absent in his presence. He ran away from responsibility, fled away from a sperm that had fused with an egg in my mother's ovum. Wabaligwala, wagwala, tikhotha, kwahluleka nebumkhotha, kuhlo ngobe malintambama kabuyanga nasekha. My father was very absent in his presence. And in the absence of his presence, boy, I saw inside of me. My mother had to become the father that my father should have been, caring and loving. Though I could see how heavy my father's boots were on my mother. She would sometimes drag them home tired. She was exhausted. She was carrying me on her back, my brothers on her shoulders, and she was emboldening us with my father's responsibility. I could see that sooner or later she was going to wear off. He comes home. He comes home in the middle of the night. He is banging the doors, filthy, disgusting, and drunk, and he demands his answers, his supper at 3 a.m. And my mother questions, where were you at 8 a.m. when your dinner was prepared? He wakes up the kids and his wife. He says in this house he's not going to hire a helper because he's married, isn't he? And he pays the damages for all the children, didn't he? ngike ngahlala phansi nelanga nenyanga emkhathisini walamabili sake sahlala phansi satekelana sabamba ingqoqo kwangitekela ngebubi lesebenteka ebusweni bemhlaba lithi lilanga langalimbe likeleva emadodza ahlangene enkampani ethiteni abhodla ngavilinye athi nanini soze saphathwa bafati langibuta lilanga lathi ngubani lophuce bafati emagunya ekhona ngoba nasema ofisini la kusebenza khona emadodza labahlobisa leligumbi lekusebenza kuba bafati kanti kuletitulo letinchikitako kunchikita emadodza kuyangani madodza sakha umango lo kanje. I am growing up to become a father and I am scared because the only kind of representation of a father that I know is the one that my mother's portrayed to me. That in all her excellency, she could not exhaust all these responsibilities. Kuke kwakhala umfelokati kumbitsiteni wathi bantwa bami ninkolele uyihlose usishile emhlabeni kanti bakini bangiphuce lonke lifa angisenako lengisele nako ngicela nifunze ukuthi mina. I am afraid to grow up and become a father, for I have seen how these monsters in their brutality and masculinity have used the same masculinity that God gave them as a weapon to butcher their own females. Gansi, who told their fellow black men that the blood of their fellow women tasted better when they butchered them? And nothing was said because they were the leaders of the house. My father was absent in his presence, and his presence was very sore. Ubabulala nami athi ngicela ungilekelele ubabulala athi ubabulala nami athi ubabulala nami ayubabulala nami mama ngilekelele kukhala nandipha ekhaya lelikhulu uthi make babe lomncane ulala nami wabinziswa inhlanekela yemphama lomfana kwathiwa babu wakho uyangondla leokula khaya sikubita ngetibutendlu wate wakhulelwa umfana langalimbe ngalelandzelako kwakhala mama wakhe kabhlungu athi babu wakhe ngiyaxolisa ngiqolele uyangibulala uyangilimata abe lokuyise atiphinziselela wate wathamba walala phansi asalungele kuya kulelitako ngobe ave emadodza atikhohlakali ngekubulala bafati langalimbe labathembisa ukuthi bayoze bahlukaniswe kufa. Remember that 2 weeks back 4 men were charged into raising a single child whom they all thought was their own. That still society doesn't balance the equations. That in favoring women, they create monsters inside of men. So I pray, though I stand for the feminism of women, I still stand that men should be judged accordingly and no favors should be done. Nobody should be biased. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am strong.
Thank you, young man. God bless you.
Thank you.
Sure. That was very deep. Your Excellency, if I were to choose what to do with this part of the program, I would be breaking for tea. But unfortunately, we have a laid down program of proceedings on how we're going to run this day. Otherwise, this was very emotional. This was indeed a call to all of us as people of Eswatini to take action. Now I recall this young man. Scroll, weren't you at Fontaine High School? Yeah, exactly my point. I was seeing you online addressing your assembly at school, and it was different. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I wish the arts people were here, but I'm happy we have representatives of the diplomatic community in our midst. They also fund some programs where they encourage artists to come out and be partners in this great work, because as we are speaking in these hotel rooms and all these other platforms where we meet as stakeholders to balance up things, there is also need for us to check what is happening in the community, to hear the voices of those who are crying, and that is best done through art and other forms of presentations. At this point in time, may I invite Ms. Bonisile Pembe, who is today representing the SOS Children's Villages Director. Ms. Pembe, please come forward and have your remarks. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Sanibonani endlini. Sanibonani on the other side. This is emotional for me, Besenkala Programs Director. Besenkala, I was actually crying as he was doing his thing, because I was reminded back where I'm coming from. While I'm still trying to put in the voice of my director, may I request through you, Programs Director, that we acknowledge every man that is in this house. Let's acknowledge every man that is in this house and the other house. We really appreciate and respect each one of you, and we are looking forward to a better relationship as females and males. Without waste of time, may I acknowledge the PS from the DPM's office in absentia. May I also acknowledge the oh, he's here. Oh, thank you so much, Babe. Tinyembeti beseticele mehlanga buino ukuthi khletimali la siyabonga kakhulu lo mdzala ukuthi ube khona emkhatsisini wethu. The board of directors from KI, the EU, British, UN representatives, we are so humbled to have you here today. Kango director and the directors from the CSOs, and everyone that is from the CSOs, we are happy to have you here. My own director in absentia, yes, I can safely say, because I'm standing here. My own director, Ngiam Vosela, and also TV, yes. And also the SOS funder. We have our funder today, just a coincidence that we have Truth, SOS Management, SOS Brand Ambassador. We have our brand ambassador for this, Mr. Timothy. All men, both young and old, and most importantly, Shem, sicela nje sonke sikutivusela kule langa lanamuhla. I have been sent by the media houses. How did we forget them? The media houses, I can see Babe Chawe there. Finally, ngicela kusifunza speech semlomdzala ngoba ungithumile. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and privilege that I participate in this very crucial discussion of family life that often doesn't receive as much attention as it deserves: fatherhood. SOS Children Villages, as a leading childcare organization, we understand the significant role fathers play in the lives of children. Today, we have the opportunity to explore and celebrate the impact of fathers on child development, share insights, and open a dialogue that can enhance our support for both fathers and their children in our care. Let's delve into this discussion with an open mind, ready to learn from each other and collaborate to create a positive experience for our families. We may not overemphasize the fact that men play a crucial role in childcare, contributing to the well-being and development of children in various ways. We believe that male caregivers serve an important role models for children, both boys and girls. They provide examples of positive behavior, communication skills, and emotional expression that children can emulate and learn from. Male caregivers offer children exposure to diverse perspectives, approaches, communication style. This diversity enriches the learning environment and helps children develop a broader understanding of the world around them. It is worth noting that they also provide essential emotional support to children, showing them care, empathy, and understanding. This contributes to building secure attachments and positive relationships that are crucial for children's emotional well-being. Through our Great Gender Challenge program SSOS and in partnership with Kwakha Indvodza, we challenge traditional gender roles and stereotypes by promoting gender equality that shows children and that nurturing and caregiving roles are not limited by gender. We demand that men must demonstrate active involvement in childcare. We want more and more and more and more men to be encouraged and to be inspired to take on more active roles in parenting and caregiving. I would like every one of us to rise and salute the presence of fathers in the lives of children. I say kudos. Babelo Kotho, your child will be a contributing member of our society. I thank you. May I take this opportunity, because I am seated, I am standing here now, to say that at a personal level, I support and respect all men that have actually challenged stereotypes, that are starting afresh, that are promoting the involvement of being with a child. I have an 18-month-old son. He's driving with his father. He comes and takes him when they drive. Every night, before he sleeps, he needs to make sure that he calls his father if he's not around to say, "Good night, Baby, I love you." I was inspired because I was like, this man is so busy, but he makes time for his son. And outside when we are parked, the boy at 18 months is able to say, "This is mom's car, this is daddy's car." That's the kind of generation we are looking for. And I can safely say that the relationship that the father has built with this young boy is actually what we are looking for as a society. Although I feel jealous, that I feel like he might not love me more than he loves the father, but I am also happy that at least the father is present in his life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for Ms. Bembe. We appreciate you. May I also take this opportunity to welcome our viewers at home. We have people who, not at home, wherever they are, viewers who are live streaming this show through channel Yemaswati TV. Please sit back and watch. We're having different discussions from experts, funders, and practitioners in as far as fatherhood is concerned. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, Kwakha Indvodza, in partnership with SOS Children's Villages and Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, have partnered to bring through this powerful initiative, groundbreaking initiative we've never had in the history of this country. I have not been here long, but with a few decades, I am sure this has not been happening. And thanks, Principal Secretary in the DPM's office, for your endorsement of such a great partnership with the stakeholders. And we're looking forward to having it even at policy level. And at an institutional level, I'm sure you have someone in the gender unit taking care of disabled people. Siyamdinga nababe lotawuma amele madodza ngebucotho abe ngibabe weliswati. Siyajabula ukuthi emkhathini wethu we also have our keynote speaker for the day, babe lo hleze akhona siye simbonela kubo social media anebantu abakhe amantombazana abamemile ahamba nabo. Reverend David Mathe, he is also in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mfundisi. At this point in time, may I invite the representative for Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, Ms. Ngobile Dludlu, who is in our midst, naye atawuba nemavi njengabuphathina labavelela simshayele intandla as she's about to make her remarks. Nyamatane, nine nitsini ngababe lokutho ngeva kufaka imali, nitsini nje. Jovic, over to you.
Thank you, Baba. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ngobile Dludlu, the country coordinator for the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives in Eswatini. And I'm here today representing my manager, Gavin Nadasho Jones. And the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives is actually based in Mozambique, and I'm just here representing the Canada Fund in Eswatini. Once again, I'd like to also take this moment to observe the protocol in the house. We are seeing the PS, Siyabonga Babe, and I'm seeing also Kango Director, and I'm also seeing the representatives for the EU. I cannot mention everyone, but we just highly appreciate your presence in this forum. So the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives is basically a funding from the country of Canada, where in Eswatini for this year, FY 2023-2024, we've been able to fund about 5 NGOs, Kango, Kwakha Indvodza, Junior Achievements, WITAD, Women in Trade and Development. But maybe the key thing that I would say is the vastness or the different types of entities that we have funded this year. And it also speaks to the issues that we are seeing in Eswatini, the issues of high unemployment rates, and we are also seeing many issues related to GPV. So for us, as the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, this project has been one of the crucial projects in bringing together the issues that we are seeing in the country, but at a different perspective. So I just want to congratulate Kwakha Indvodza for such a wonderful program. At a personal level, I was able to actually engage with this program at a grassroots level, where I actually participated in one of the engagement meetings at Mbigwake, where they were having engagements with some of the men. And for me, I think the key issues that I saw there was men beginning to discuss, having a discussion on the issues related to their children and the challenges that they face thereof, being absent fathers and the reasons why they are being absent fathers. So it has been with great pleasure, finally coming to this convention, knowing that, the milestones that have been achieved on the ground has really been very, very big. And also realizing that we need to come together at some point and discuss these issues, because I think, as already it has been alluded to, we have been talking a lot about gender-based violence, the issues of women, but as we continue to dig deeper, we do understand that we need to have the men in the forum. So I also want to, encourage all of us here and the fathers that are in this place. I think for me, as I've been listening to some of the poems and the speeches, for me, I think I had a very present father in my life, and when the poet was actually explaining how now the mother has become a father, I understand that kind of pain, ability that comes with that. Coming from a family where you know that your father does everything, you don't even have to think about school fees, you don't have to think about food or anything or clothes, because you have a father that is very present. Now we are seeing this paradigm shift where we are seeing the absent fathers, and we need to then come back and regroup and say, now what do we do to these issues? Because at the end of the day, this is where now we are seeing an increase of GBV, for instance, and so many other cases. So we just want to appreciate, as Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, we want to appreciate Kwakha Indvodza for this unique project that is bringing a balance when you are looking at the kind of stakeholders that we have, that is bringing a balance into the place to say, okay, yes, we do have CSOs that are focusing on women. Now we need to have CSOs that are focusing on the boy child, on men, you know, because they also do have issues and they need that kind of support to bring each other into the fore and have discussions, as I saw in Mbigwakhe. That is what they were doing. So for me, I think basically it's just to say congratulations to Kwakha Indvodza for finally coming to this fatherhood convention, because I understand where it comes from and I also have seen the results. It was such a wonderful experience to be part of the award ceremonies where we listened to the voice of the children speaking, writing letters to their fathers, appreciating their fathers, you know. And some of the letters that were expressed there, you could feel and understand that, you know, in spite of the financial challenges that the fathers have, but they ensure that their children are well taken care of. So I just want to congratulate Kwakha Indvodza for finally coming to this fatherhood convention, and also particularly congratulate the men that have participated in the program, and to say that please continue and be ambassadors of Babelok Totfo, you know, as they rightly described what is Babelok Totfo in their own different contexts. Otherwise, from the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, we are very proud of this work, and we are saying thank you very much to Kwakha Indvodza for such a wonderful program. Thank you.
Mzomba Nyamatani. Asimshayele intandla futhi make Nqobile Dludlu. Ushilo wathi ungilaba labaphethe timbasha. So, Sfiso, how are you, Timans? Long time, my brother. I'm happy here. I know you from long ago when we were hosting those male involvement campaigns. And today we're attending a fatherhood convention. Thanks for holding on. May I encourage all CSOs who are here, all practitioners who have stood the test of times, because there's been no funds towards these initiatives. But thanks to you, Nyamatani, for bringing in your purse to say, let everyone who wants to partner and do good for our society get through. I can tell Nanba Bugela Poemakaya, you will know, this side we're having Ms. Nqobile Dludlu from the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, where you can send through your proposals. Make sure you write them well and send your proposals for funding of your projects. And our donors, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Thank you so much. May I at this point in time invite the European Union Ambassador Representative in our midst, Ms. Eva Maria Engdahl, to come through to make her remarks. Simshayele intandla bekunento abakhuluma ngesiteshi. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And to save some time, I hope to be able to say all protocols observed. And good morning to all of you. I'm very happy to be here on behalf of the European Union. I'd like to excuse the ambassador who was called to meet the Prime Minister. So you have to bear with me instead. I'm the head of our development cooperation here in Eswatini. And I'm very happy to be able to make some remarks in this important event on the Fatherhood Convention. A lot has been said already on the topic, which we very much adhere to from our side as well, so I will be rather brief today. The topic of fatherhood and strengthening of child-father relationship is of utmost importance and also relevance in raising strong and balanced families and in confronting many of the socioeconomic and cultural challenges facing society today. And we know that there is already a large and well-established and growing literature which is demonstrating the tremendous advantages and positive impacts of fathers' active involvement in the child's development and also on the family relationships as such. The absence of a father can have devastating effects on the child's lives. Studies show that children without fathers present suffer greatly from as early as its birth and then throughout early childhood and until the teenage stage. And argumentally, these sufferings can include a lot of psychosocial effects like depression, loneliness, anxiety, anger, and lack of self-esteem, and so on and so forth. Academic studies and policy initiatives and also socioeconomic initiatives, they have also documented a variety of ways that enhanced involvement of fathers influences the health and development of the children. So instead of focusing on fathers as the absent figures in child's life, policies are beginning, as we have heard today, to reflect more and more on the evidence of the significant positive effects of present fathers that they have on the child's and the family's involvement. Events like this convention, where we can all gather and encourage and facilitate men to be fully developed in their roles as fathers, are greatly appreciated also from our side. If I can just draw a parallel from Europe, since I'm here representing the European Union, I come from myself from Northern Europe, from Sweden, which is, I might say, maybe a champion when it becomes equality between men and women and engaging fathers in the upbringing of the children. Here in my country, it's normal that the father already from the birth of the child shares the responsibilities at home. You see fathers going out with the strollers in the parks with the children, fathers that stay at home when the children are sick. But it also has to do, of course, with that we have a very good social protection system. Because it can be the social protection system allows both parents to be home and bring up their children, and also pays for it. So that is an important aspect to think about also, to enable both parents to take the same responsibilities. When I'm coming back to Eswatini, we are very pleased here to see the positive developments in the direction of increased fatherhood and more. And the recently developed positive parenting policy, which was also supported by us from the EU side, is a key milestone for the country, as it provides a framework for the important role which both women and men can play in the upbringing of their children. So what have we been doing on this from the EU side in Eswatini? We have been here for the last 50 years, so we have been able to support many activities and many sectors, such as health, education, social protection, human rights, gender equality, civil society organizations. And we have worked very close with many of the civil society organizations, including Kwakha Indvodza, and supported a number of initiatives at, for instance, protecting and promoting human rights, gender equality, fighting sexual and gender-based violence, and many others. And we are very proud of the cooperation that we've had with Kwakha Indvodza, and was a very reliable partner to us, and we would like to continue to work with them. For instance, I would just mention a couple of activities that we have done together. We recently concluded a project called Women's Rights, Making Inroads Towards Gender Equality, Participation and Equal Representation in Eswatini, which was implemented in partnership with them, Women in Law in South Africa and Swaga, which sought to enhance the participation of women and girls in leadership, governance and decision-making in their country. The aspiration of this project are not just not to replace men as such in the performance of their duties and responsibilities, but rather to enhance the equal and the active participation of both women and men in the society. Another example is a recently project called YES, Youth and Women Empowerment to Support Together We Can, which is also implemented with COSPAN together with Kwakha Indvodza and other organizations, which aims to promote an inclusive society When women and youth play an active role as drivers of change in the communities, their religion and nation, and this action has not only targeted women, but over 500 community leaders, including, of course, many men who are key role players in leadership role at the grassroots level. For the coming years, we are also concentrating on human development and social inclusions. This is our main and our single priority for support to the Eswatini in the coming years. It contains two components. We are looking at market-driven vocational education and training, but more importantly in this context is the empowerment of disadvantaged groups in the society. Looking at youth, women, disabled people, and others that are in vulnerable situation. It focuses on empowering them via skills to be able to generate income and employment through a series of interventions to improve access to education, both formal and non-formal, and to work together closely together in the private sector and the CSOs. We want to make sure that we are matching skills, we are matching education with the needs of the market, of the private sector. And what we will also do, we will strengthen the delivery of community-level mental health services and psychosocial support, focusing on pregnant girls, teenagers, adolescent parents, both men and girls, and boys, victims of gender-based violence, boys and girls, are also supported here with specific services aiming at promoting their well-being and their economic and social inclusion. So while we are not targeting maybe directly fatherhood and making sure that we have good role models, we will try to support that by making more inclusive lists. So we hope that this will have a multiplier effect in improving the quality of life in the families as such, including the enhanced relationship between fathers and the children in the home, and thus contributing to strengthen the family and the father's role in it. So thank you very much, and please continue the good work.
Siyabonga make Eva, ngicela nimshayele intandla. Yes, that was Miss Eva Maria Engdahl from the European Union. She has told you she's head of development cooperation, and this is another purse, ladies and gentlemen, that is available for you. But there's one thing that I noted in her speech. She put it in black and white that Kwakha Indvodza, Mr. Chechat, Kwakha Indvodza is a very reliable partner, and that is key, ladies and gentlemen, when you are driven by donor funds. You need to be reliable, you need to be accountable, you need to be trustworthy. I know a lot of NGOs like to have these on their vision and mission boards. They like to tell people who are trustworthy, please account for every cent that Canada Local for Local Initiative gives you, every money EU gives you, every money the British High Commission gives you. Whosoever is here to try and assist you or partner with you, be accountable and make sure you use the funds as expected. Benzinda ushadandla lapho. Babukele emakhaya sithubeka nalo hlelo lwethu. Kulesikhathi samanje we are going to have lo nxusele live lemangisi kuleli, His Excellency the British High Commissioner Simon Boyden, to come forward to make remarks on behalf of the British High Commission. Your Excellency, please. Tell us Thank you, Simon.
Sanbinani. Bajani. Come on, wake up, wake up. Good morning, everyone. I wasn't expecting to speak today. I was ambushed when I arrived this morning. So I've not got a script that's going to tell you all about our programs or give you scientific or empirically based evidence and research about the challenges we face and the fantastic work that organizations like Kwakha Indvodza do in this space. I'm just going to if I may, share a few personal observations. So actually, I'm not really speaking on behalf of the British High Commission or the British government. I'm speaking as a father. But first of all, a caveat or a mea culpa, because at the moment, I'm an absent father. The reality is my children are now aged 21, 22 and 24. So I don't feel quite so guilty about being absent. And it has only been in the last few years that I've not been a permanent presence in their life. And thanks to WhatsApp, I do manage to maintain regular daily engagement with them. But before I share my 3 personal observations, and I'm very much looking forward to some of the more detailed discussion and debate to come, because it may be that my perceptions or my observations are incorrect or maybe contradicted. And I will be happy to welcome that. But before I get on to my personal observations, I would just like to, I'm not going to say follow Scroll the Poet, because I'm not going, this is not my own work, but I'm going to share a poem with you written by a famous English poet called Philip Larkin, written in 1971. I am going to adapt the language slightly. If you want to read the original version, I recommend the Poetry Foundation website, but in the interests of discretion and diplomacy, as some of the words will be altered. They mess you up, your mum and dad. They may not mean to, but they do. They fill you with the faults they had and add some extras just for you. But they were messed up in their turn by fools in old-style hats and coats, who half the time were soppy stern and half at one another's throats. Man hands on misery to man. It deepens like a coastal shelf. Get out as early as you can, and don't have any kids yourself. Now, in this context and the discussion we're having, I hope you recognise the satirical nature of that. The observations I make, I think, draw on the criticisms, I suppose, that Philip Larkin, the poet, has made. So my first observation is this. No one really teaches you how to be a parent. Certainly not a father. I still distinctly remember the sheer terror and panic when handed my newborn son in hospital 24 years ago. And in those 24 years, I now have 2 daughters as well. I've made plenty of mistakes. That boy, as I say, now 24, last year graduated with a first-class degree and is now in full-time work in London. So my mistakes haven't ruined his life, but I'm sure there were times when I could have behaved differently. And as the poem suggests, I think one of the mistakes that we as parents, and perhaps in particular as fathers, are tempted to make is either to repeat our parents' sometimes erroneous behaviour, or alternatively to react in too hostile a fashion against the behaviour that we may have resented as children. I suppose the conclusion I would draw is not only are mistakes inevitable, but that fatherhood is not so much about the father, about we as parents, but it's about the child. And each and every child needs or should enjoy a different type of parenting, including children within the same home, within the same family. Each child is an individual and needs us as parents to respond to that individual's personality, needs, wants, aspirations, and mistakes. And that's not gender-based. It needs to be about the individual. So as parents, we should do as much as we can to understand the individual child and respond as responsible parents. The second observation I'd like to share with you is, well, as I said, mistakes are inevitable on both sides. Now, children err. It is part of their development to make mistakes. But as parents, our responsibility isn't simply to discipline them, and certainly not to punish or chastise them, but to create the right kind of framework, the structures around them, based on fundamental human values: respect, honesty, tolerance, patience, that enable them as children, as they grow and develop, to make better judgments, to recall their mistakes, but in a constructive way, not a resentful way. And therefore, the way in which we as parents respond and deal with the mistakes that our children make has a fundamental impact on their development and evolution. The third observation I'd like to make is that as parents, our children will challenge our prejudices. And that's not only inevitable, but it is healthy. Each generation responds to the changing environment around them, social, political, economic, environmental, in different ways. And it is far more effective, not only for the maintenance of a happy, healthy, and harmonious relationship between parent and child, but also to the child's development and future contribution to society, to engage in that challenge. Indeed, I'd go further and say it is absolutely fundamental that we as parents invite challenge to our own orthodoxies. Because I would go so far as to suggest there is no utopian society on God's earth. So we haven't yet got it right, in which case we need to question where we've got it wrong. And our children can make a significant contribution to that. They may not yet have enjoyed the experience we've had, may not have completed their education, may not have developed the emotional intelligence that hopefully we do as adults, but nevertheless they can make a significant contribution to our evolution and development as parents, as we can to theirs. So on that note, I'd like to thank you for your attention, to congratulate all the parents, fathers and mothers, and all the children of fathers and mothers for participating in this, not only this event, but a hugely important process which can really build the foundations of a prosperous, stable, peaceful, and happy society. Thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Asibonga kakhulu kuye umhlonishwa. Ngicela siphinde simshayele intandla. His Excellency Simon Boyden from the British High Commission. We've accent namsengayishintsha. Yeah. Based on what the British High Commission was saying when he was here, I'd like to say, ladies and gentlemen, let us allow our children as parents to change and challenge our orthodoxies, because this is key for our evolution. It is essential for our society. A round of applause to the High Commission, ladies and gentlemen. It's my takeaway from the speech of the High Commission. Banga entertaining, it wasn't just a clinical presentation. That's what I liked about his speech. It was more sentimental because he also shared his own testimony on how it has been a hurdle to raise the new generation, because the new generation will keep on asking you questions. There's a young man at home, you tell him sit there and he asks why. And Glomzus, you know, us as locals, you start feeling in a different way when these young people challenge you. Even if you're a malume, you're an uncle, wherever you are at home, you give instruction to Mshana and it doesn't listen. And you'll be like, oh, Jehovah. You know, some of us who were raised in church, you feel like praying for this young person in a way that you would eventually touch them and release them of these demons that affect them to challenge the status quo, because in our bringing, you cannot challenge banlabadzala. And so ke siyacelwa balaleli emakhaya ukuthi siguqule ingqondo yethu lamhla ibe yinsha, sibavumele bantwana kodwa ngendlela yokuthi nathi kusikhulise and we become better people. Last but not least, before we break for tea, may I invite the UN AIDS rep in our midst, Mr. Petru Woldeseamat. He comes all the way from Ethiopia. Ngijatshuliswa ukuthi ngake ngahamba nami ngafika kuleli live ngahlela ePaul International Airport. Ngifika lapha bathi amasekinalo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director, Excellencies, organizers. I'm pleased that I've been invited to this very important convention. I haven't attended such kind of convention before. Yes, as Africans, we have so many indigenous knowledge which we can transmit to our generation. But what is expected from us is what is the right thing, which we should expand, and what should we control. That's very important. Children are shaped at three areas. One, at family level. Second, at school level. Third, at community level. All of these three are needed to shape and culture our generation. Some 10 years ago, when I was in Liberia, I learned a book which was written by British professor who used to teach in China. It is about when China rules the world. It says that. We can read that book. And in that book, the important thing I identified was one thing. You know, they transmit, their fathers transmit their traditional knowledge, their history, their culture around the table when they eat their dinner and lunch. They take time to eat and to chat with their children. That is the fundamental thing that was advocated in that book, When China Rules the World. So, when it is very sensitive to change the mind of the children, especially between 5 to 15. We have to have our, appropriate plan when to go home, when we have to be with our children, and behaving appropriately and transmitting our indigenous knowledge, and especially the way you talk. The people talk in this country, I like it really, even though I don't hear some of the language. Most of the languages actually, the way you express slowly, it is very, very, very nice. I listen to the TV. So UNAIDS is the United AIDS Joint Program have been working with civil society. We believe, UNS believe in addressing inequalities to end AIDS, addressing inequalities, and we believe in justice, rights, and equality. And that is very important to empower those disadvantaged groups to transform our society, starting from the family level. So, to that end, we want to work with you, with this organization, this civil society in this country, to address those gaps. In terms of policy, there are ideal expectations, and there is also actual practices. And if you subtract actual from ideal, you may get the gap. And we can work on those gaps and to plan on it, to come up with the right or appropriate thing that will transform our society, our generation. The collective effort of all society, especially civil society, will have an impact on influencing fathers to be an appropriate father, to play the role expected from him as a father for child development, to influence child development, to model child development, and to reduce or control HIV/AIDS. So it is important to address gender-based violence through these activities that is implemented by civil society. Civil society is critical for people-centered services. Civil society like Congo. So, on this note, I congratulate you. We will work together on this area, and I thank you so much.
Nkosi yami. So ubekile nababe Petru Wolte Seyamat ngicela phindze simshayele intandla. Thank you so much Mr. Wolte Seyamat for such a great speech. Notably so is the equation that you've brought for researchers and program development practitioners. Ideal minus actual equals to gap. And that is where we need to focus our interventions and how we can go into our boardrooms and strategize on how best we can come up with working models. Because it is one thing to take some of these initiatives from the northern guys who are doing northern advocacy up there. And it's another situation down here in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly in the Kingdom of Eswatini. We know the dynamics that we have as local socially. And so we need to be relevant to that. And so organizations like Kwakha Indvodza, ngilapho labafike behluke khona ukuthi umntwana weLeswati akafanani nalabanye. We need to find relevant, we need to custom make our responses so that we are relevant in our context. Thank you. And so at this point in time, I would request that, Sonik, are we getting a heads up? from Tom? Good. So we're going to break for tea now. Thank you. Thank you, Tom, for that. We'll break for tea. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please be seated at exactly 11:30 so that we have our next presentation. May we allow the diplomatic table to be served, and then we can all have, but you just grab some tea and come back. Do it best. There's not much protocol when it comes to this, but let us respect Bahulu. It has always been like that. Even later, akufana nalala manye, vala umoya mfana sayitini. Tinzambo sitibuyisele studio mama. Thank you very much. Siyabonga baba.
Inhlangano yaka SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga kunakekeleka, faka sandla ekukhuliseni abantwana labadzingile ngekunikela imali kusuka ku1 lilangeni kuya etulu. Unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni bantfwana bethu, bantfwana bemaswati. Nikela ngamobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku 2505 8471. SOS 1 lilangeni campaign, help raise a child. Inhlangano yaka SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga kunakekeleka, faka sandla ekukhuliseni abantwana labadzingile ngekunikela imali kusuka ku1 lilangeni kuya etulu. Unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni bantfwana bethu, bantfwana bemaswati. Nikela ngamobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku 2505 8471. SOS 1 lilangeni campaign, help raise a child.
How Kwakha Indvodza started was a school in Mahlanya, Lobamba Lomdzala, had a number of students who were, the Form 5 students didn't have a teacher for English and they were preparing for their final exams. So a young man who was teaching English at Waterford at the time heard about the situation with the students and volunteered his Saturdays to come and help them get up to speed on their subject and prepare for their final exams. And in his interaction with these young people, he found out that it wasn't just a teacher for the subject of English that they didn't have. Many of them wished for or wanted an older male person to just speak to, because some of them came from homes where they didn't have fathers. And they just wanted to have an opportunity to speak to another older male person about things that they were facing as men on a day-to-day basis.
Kwakha Indvodza was established when I was teaching high school English at Lobamba Lomdzala High School in Mahlanya. And we were doing composition writing. And in that time, when I received the entries back from the students, I realized that none of the male students in that class were writing about a positive male role model. Lots of students wrote about Mage, Gogo, Auntie, Big Sister, even Big Brother, but none of them were writing about positive father figures in their homes. So that got me thinking about the role that men play in raising the next generation of Yemaswati, and the role that we play more generally in our health and social development in Eswatini. And so KI was started as a result of that brief interaction with a few students at Lobamba Lomdzala High School.
British High Commissioner here in Eswatini. So when I first arrived in the country in July last year, my colleagues, my country-based colleagues, presented me with a list of people I should meet, not just in government, but in wider civil society. And this included Tom Churchard, the founder and executive director of Kwakha Indvodza, with whom we had been working to support some of their community-based engagement during the COVID lockdown. As a result of that meeting, I was inspired by what I heard about the organisation and keen that we should expand our support to them in the training of young men and the use of those training programs to discuss some of the issues around rights and responsibilities.
We were running a school program for the holidays for the youth of Lobamba Mzala, a program called Amandla Emculo, and I saw a building which had an M that looked like two men holding hands, and the words Kwakha Indvodza. So out of curiosity, I asked some of the young people who were attending the program, and a young man told me about a male mentorship program, and that's how I first saw and heard about it.
The American Bar Association is conducting 2 projects in the Kingdom of Eswatini. The first one started in 2019 and is in partnership with WAGE, which is Women and Girls Empowered. And that project basically is looking at the intersection between gender-based violence and economic strengthening, because we know that there are many factors that make women vulnerable to gender-based violence. Unfortunately, economic strengthening is one of those factors. And so that project looks at law reform. It also looks at trying to transform gender norms so that people understand equality between men and women. And so Kwakha Indvodza is one of our local civil society partners. Kwakha Indvodza has been very important in terms of implementing this project because, as I mentioned earlier, one of the key things that influences discrimination against women are the socio-cultural norms that a society has.
Bengibone kuye kube nema-activity lapha e-community center ebike kuhlangane khona ngama-weekend. So bekuye kube nema-games e-youth kwesinye isikhathi, then kube nema-mentoring sessions. Then attracteka-ke ngalawo ma-games ngokuya kuyodlala nalabanye abantwana.
Before ngibe sisebenzi kana nga-KI ezinshito earlier kuthi ngajoyina as lijaha or beneficiary yale program, and bekusesengabi naye organization but bekusese just a small project lesebenzisana namajaha. So from being lijaha ngaba ngu assistant lead mentor chapter, being assistant khona chapter coordinator na lead mentor with the admin just office and organizing my activities. Then from there ngabe sisengiba ngu chapter coordinator eMbuluzi. So that was 2017. Then from 2017 up to date, so I've been interacting with that different projects under Kwakha Indvodza.
Shothi kafishane before, yes, benginawo amaphupho ukuthi ngisebenza ini nani before, but kulukhuni bekuthi for i-channel yalawo maphupho ukuthi afezeke or ngikwati leto tindzawo lapho khona ngingaprocessa most of the things engifunako bengingadi, plus futhi mainly the information kubade kwale information, plus nekuthi kude nema-funds ekusondzela nalokwati kabani. Even health-wise, most things kukhanza ukuthi yes ngiyakwati general ngiyakhuliseka ekhaya, but there were some stages lapho khona khanza ukuthi a good daily clarification.
I've met mentors who have positively contributed in my life to be the person that I am today. Back then, Namdenga believed maybe on myself, but they made me believe on myself.
and also achieve like certain things lengazange ngicabange nethi mhlawumbe ngingadi achieve, and being someone maybe who grow up without a positive father figure in my life, ngikhulena na gogo, so having a mentors like KI like sitako aku guide, I think for me that's what has been outstanding.
So my name is Margaret Twala Tembe. I work for UNFPA in Yemaswati as head of office. Okay, we have a very good partnership with KI. It's more than 5 years. It started around 2016, 2017. And the main purpose for establishing a partnership with KI is because gender-based violence is very rife in Eswatini, and noting that their target group is men and boys, we thought it was important to partner with them.
Well, I think it would be naive to imagine that there is any country that is immune from the issues related to gender-based violence, including the United Kingdom. It is sadly a scourge of society throughout the world, but that doesn't mean it is inevitable. I think we all need to work very hard both to recognize the problem and its effects and consequences, which are obviously primarily related to the individual in terms of physical and psychological damage, but also have much wider consequences in terms of the economic and social damage to society as a whole. Each country will have its own specificities, its own cultural and contextual specificities which need to be addressed. But essentially, I think education and engagement are fundamental, and that's what Kwakha Indvodza's work seeks to do here.
So KI has really grown over the last 10 years from a male mentoring project to an organization. And now in the next 10 years, we see ourselves growing to a more broad gender and social justice organization, working on a whole range of justice issues and human rights issues, still engaging men and still focusing on the role that men can and should play in those issues. We also see ourselves growing in thought leadership and research, as there's a major gap in what we know and the data around these issues, especially around violence, men's attitudes and norms, and the role that men play in the family.
Another change that I would like, being an entrepreneur, is when you work for non-profit organizations, most of the time funding to keep the organization running comes from donors. And donors may not always be there. And that means there's a possibility that Kwakha Indvodza can be unable to do what they intend to do in the future should there be no donors. So as an entrepreneur, I believe we collectively as a board need to look at different strategies on how we make Kwakha Indvodza more self-reliant, more sustainable, creating programs that generate an income that will help run and manage other programs to mentor other boys and not solely rely on donors.
We want to commend KI for a job well done and happy 10th anniversary, and we are here and we commit to continue to rally with KI in this development agenda.
I would very much like to congratulate everyone involved with Kwakha Indvodza, notably, of course, those responsible for its birth, its foundation 10 years ago. It's a remarkable milestone to reach. And many people, many I have never met and never will meet, will have been part of that story and part of that journey. Everyone, of course, has learnt and benefited from sharing that experience. And I very much look forward to our own, the British government's and my own personal engagement in the years to come. The road that has been trodden is a long one, but there is still a journey to make.
So to our staff and volunteers and interns and allies along the way, we've benefited from your expertise, your support, your enthusiasm exponentially over the years. We wouldn't have grown, and in fact I don't know of another organization that's grown in the way we have without that huge support structure behind us. There is no such thing as, you know, as a one-man show in Kwakha Indvodza. We run a huge team and network that support everything we do at community level, at national level, in parliament, in offices all across the country. To our donors and our funders, we have, of course, over the years, benefited from your support, your technical assistance, and your financial support. We can't do what we want to do and what we envisage doing in communities all across Eswatini without your continued support. It's never an easy ride, and securing funding shouldn't be easy because it needs to be earned. And I'm very proud to say that over the years we've earned the trust and the faith, support and partnership of a number of different organizations, and we hope that continues from 2022 and for decades.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
How Kwakha Indvodza started was a school in Mahlanya, Lobamba Lomdzala, had a number of students who were, the Form 5 students didn't have a teacher for English and they were preparing for their final exams. So a young man who was teaching English at Waterford at the time heard about the situation with the students and volunteered his Saturdays to come and help them get up to speed on their subject and prepare for their final exams. And in his interaction with these young people, he found out that it wasn't just a teacher for the subject of English that they didn't have. Many of them wished for or wanted an older male person to just speak to, because some of them came from homes where they didn't have fathers. And they just wanted to have an opportunity to speak to another older male person about things that they were facing as men on a day-to-day basis.
Kwakha Indvodza was established when I was teaching high school English at Lobamba Lomdzala High School in Mahlanya, and we were doing composition writing. And in that time, when I received the entries back from the students, I realized that none of the male students in that class were writing about a positive male role model. Lots of students wrote about Mage, Gogo, Auntie, Big Sister, even Big Brother, but none of them were writing about positive father figures in their homes. So that got me thinking about the role that men play in raising the next generation of Yemaswati, and the role that we play more generally in our health and social development in Eswatini. And so KI was started as a result of that brief interaction with a few students at Lobamba Lomdzala High School.
British High Commissioner here in Eswatini. So when I first arrived in the country in July last year, my colleagues, my country-based colleagues, presented me with a list of people I should meet, not just in government, but in wider civil society. And this included Tom Churchard, the founder and
Inhlangano yaka SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga kunakekeleka, faka sandla ekukhuliseni abantwana labadzingile ngekunikela imali kusuka ku1 lilangeni kuya etulu. Unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni bantfwana bethu, bantfwana bemaswati. Nikela ngamobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku 2505 8471. SOS 1 lilangeni campaign, help raise a child.
Mandisi Janchisi. Mandisi Janchisi is a song that he plays. It's Ngumama lo, Ontisalayo, Ngumama lo, Ontisalayo. You know, the song appreciates the mother and he acknowledges him publicly. And I'm looking forward to a situation where after the fatherhood convention, we will sing a local Swati song with the same tune. Ngubabelo longitalago asambeni ke 1 2 3 Ngubabelo longitalago Ngubabelo longitalago Ngubabelo longitalago Ngubabelo longitalago. Bases, Ngubabelo longitalago, ngubabelo longitalago. Niyayithola mos. Bomama lapho nikhona nani niyakhoma. Ngubabelo longitalago, ngubabelo longitalago. Asambeni 1 2 3 Ngubabelo 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 longi besamele connection ye internet nasihlabela ibese yabuya lento on standby ne. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second session of our Fatherhood Convention. Now who will be making remarks will be the founder and director of Black Male Positivity, who advocates for black boys and for black men. The Black Male Positivity Project, which seeks to inspire, celebrate, and empower the man. And on the line, we are joined by Mr. Arnold Sibanda, who will be engaging with us in a presentation which is titled Engaging Interfaith in Promoting Active Fatherhood and 50-50 Commitment for Fathers and Male Caregivers. Ladies and gentlemen, may we join our hands as we welcome online Mr. Arnold Sibanda. Just a few moments. Just a few moments, Mr. Sibanda.
Kuya etulu unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni bantfa bethu bantfana bemaswati nikela ngamobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku2505 8471 SOS One Lilangeni campaign, help raise a child.
Two people to make a child. It takes more than two to raise a child, which is why we all have to work together in different departments, which is corporate. The government has a role to play. Our spiritual and faith leaders have a role to play. So we have to integrate our system so that we all speak the same language, which is one thing we've been implementing across Africa with Men Care Global Father campaign and Men Engage Africa. So basically, this is what Men Care Global Father campaign is. It's a global father campaign. It's active over 60 countries, 5 continents. It's coordinated by Sonkhe Gender Justice. I believe some of you have worked with Sonkhe Gender Justice. You've shared resources. So basically, these are the organizations I work for, and these are all the partners that we work with. A special mention to Heartlines, which promotes the involvement of spiritual and faith leaders, because there is no greater foundation than that of church. And research has shown that men that attend church tend to be more active in their children's life, and there's less cases of gender-based violence with men that attend church on a regular basis. And the church also happens to be one place that we can engage men holistically, where you can find a group of men of more than 20 that will be at a church or at a sports game. So with our research at churches, we find that we can use the pillars in the church men's programs, which most churches now have. They've got what we call men's conferences, Inkonzo Yabobaba, and so forth. And those are very important in us integrating our tools and resources in churches and using the pillars of the church and the foundation to strengthen fathers and men in general. So another key thing that we'll be doing in that space is challenging those men that are already of strong faith to be social fathers in their communities, to be men that people look up to use that same grounding in the values of the church to impact on the young ones and their communities. That's one way we can build strong families and maintain the family unit. So these are some of the men I work with. The men I work with, they run different organizations, we run different campaigns, we run a network of over 200 support groups in South Africa alone, which is one way we can use to engage men, which is just men engaging with other men in their social groups. So what we do, we go to these communities and we take them through our toolkits and show them how to use these tools to empower themselves and other men. And all these tools are readily available on our online platform, which I'm going to share at a later stage. To positive father and engagement in general. So it's divided into three. There's one commitment that fathers take and more caregivers take. They promise to do 50 hours of this. So you promise to take care work each day, talk through and agreeing on fair share of care work, take on a routine or difficult care work which is usually done by women. So if you're looking at taking care of kids, when it comes to black men in particular, we have one thing I would call cultural amnesia. We refuse to change. We refuse to grow. We refuse to learn new things and be adaptable, which we can start talking about positive masculinity and masculinity in general. Because one thing about masculinity, it's not static. It's progressive. It changes. It changes according to your environment. So taking on more care, changing diapers, and so forth, are not necessarily things that only women can do. Men also have to learn how to do those things because the environment and the economy we live in now requires us to progress in that way so we can strengthen our family units and not put so much pressure on women as well. And the more we do these things, the more we feel empowered as men and the more we feel like we're involved in our kids' lives. So then we look at what corporates promise to do with the 50-50 commitment plan. So they promise to take steps towards equal paid and non-transferable parental leave for all parents, implement family-friendly workplace policies such as care days, remote working, flexible time, childcare, and breastfeeding facilities. And on this particular subject of each policies and parental leave and work days, we've seen that there's not as many parental leave days given to men as to women, yet men are expected to play full roles in that field and grow. Yet corporates are reluctant on giving them more days to spend with their kids. Only recently in South Africa we fought for parental leave with various partners and organizations, so now men get 10 paid days. We're looking at increasing that, lobbying various organizations to make that a possibility. So this commitment is what employers will take and corporations will take. Then we'll come to your corporate space and walk your HR through the whole process and how they can implement it and how you can measure the impact. Because one important thing is that happy employees produce better results. You have increased productivity. Everything in the office is better when people are generally in a good place. They're getting time to spend with their families and so forth. So with the employer 50-50 commitment, it's also a very lengthy document. What we do, we come in there and look at your existing policies and how we can integrate these ones or how we can change the ones you have. Yes, keeping your capital interest in mind. We want to strive for balance in everything. Then government commitments. Governments have been the most hardest to convince. We only had one government coming on board with this commitment, which is the Rwandan government. And we went there and we worked over 3 months trying to see how we can integrate policies and how we can change some of the existing policies. And they reported a decrease in gender-based violence since taking on the policy. They reported an increase in marriages, which strengthened the family unit. More policies that enable men to spend time with their families. Then this was a conference we had where we engaged over 100 men on the importance of being progressive, not succumbing to toxic masculinity, and not redefining gender norms in a family unit. Because another important thing, when you're in a family unit, I don't think you can really say, you do this is what women do, this is what men do in this household, because you're all on the same team. The goal is to move the family forward. And we try to have a very inclusive approach to gender norms and walk these men through and how they can adjust and learn some of the toxic practices they inherited. Then again, consumer policy coming from government. Even care days, which is one important thing that we would like all states to take and provide support in. And the state also has a very important role to play in providing state-supported high-quality childcare that facilitate full participation in economic activities for working parents and caregivers. So another important thing is that as we implement these tools, we also have to be able to support the man and the corporations and the government in making them a possibility, so we can able to measure impact. If it's not working, we go back to the drawing board and strengthen them. Then another component to the government commitment is the system policies, changing systems. I had someone mention the importance of having women in political influential position, which will influence women's rights and girls' rights and so forth. Another important thing is holding male political leaders accountable for their support of queer policies and advocating for women's rights and political leadership. Because the reality is, in Africa, in most political leadership positions, there are men. And in most cases, men don't know the full extent of a female experience. They will never know they'll never know what it is to be actually a woman. So we need to see more women in this leadership position so they can share their full experience. And we, as male political leaders, will be able then to support them in that space. This is my important one. So engaging interfaith in active fatherhood. I know we have religious and spiritual leaders in presence today, and they play a very important role in strengthening communities. And as in Africa we become Westernized and we're losing some of our values of Ubuntu and so forth, it's important that we bring it back to the church and strengthen ourselves spiritually. And I've been to Rwanda, Ghana. One important thing that spiritual leaders are doing is having men's conferences or men's events that engage fathers on a personal level, on a spiritual level, And I personally believe if you get the man right spiritually, you will see change, not within himself, but the way he treats everything around him. Because we see men are seeking more knowledge and they are forming their own groups, which then contributes to positive fathering, Then then this is one of the conference we had recently. I was invited to Rivers Church conference where there was about 3,000 men in attendance, and I was very impressed by the number of men that showed up. It was a 2-day conference. So within the 2-day conference, we were able to do exercises that men can then go home with. So I would love for such conferences to be more than a day, because we need a lot of time to work with these men so that we can see the results. It's one thing us talking about what we're going to do and how we're going to do and how we're going to move forward. But it's another thing when we have the people that these things are intended for in presence. So for us to see impact, we need to see a lot of men at these men's conventions. We need to see a lot of men attending them so we can engage with them on a more personal level. And this church conference was such a blessing to me. I prayed with over 3,000 men. Men are praying for their families. They're praying for change. They want to be active fathers. They're coming there. They're saying we're dealing with this. They're opening up because it's a space that allows that, which is why we are working with religious leaders and spiritual leaders on building a solid foundation for men. For them to be active fathers, active role models, for them to come and heal. There hasn't been any place as successful as the church. So I will share all data and research with you later on. This was the main conference. Yes. So in conclusion, I think there's a need for us to have integrated systems. And one thing non-profit organizations tend to do is keep on developing programs, wasting resources where else we already have resources. All we have to do is change them to the Eswatini demographic. Use the same framework, use the same pillars, just change the demographic. Then instead of putting money into developing programs, we're putting money into implementing, because we have so much resources online. And our platform is open to everyone. You can download resources, and if you can distribute amongst your community, if they want a more personalized or someone to explain, we can send someone there to come and explain and walk the men through within their communities. Because another important thing, while we're having these conferences, we are missing men in the rural areas. We don't have access to it. Where else? That's one place where high cases of domestic violence are reported, and so forth. So we need to reach men where they are. We need to reach men where they are, which is why we advocate for human-centered design research, which puts people exactly in the shoes of the subject, so we can gather enough data and see what exactly they need and how we can best assist them. So yes, I believe as long as we keep having these conversations and trying to implement these programs, we're going to see results going forward. We've already seen positive results in Rwanda. I'm in Ghana very soon again to check on the support groups we implemented and how impactful they've been. And thank you so much for your time. I hope I added value to the conversation, and I will share more resources and contact details where you can reach me for further communication or anything pertaining to fatherhood research and programs. I'm more than happy to discuss that at any time. Several weekends. And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sibanda. A round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Arnold Sibanda.
Thank you so much.
The founder and director of Black Male Positivity. He works in conjunction and collaboration with SOS Children's Villages, and he is here in this conference through them, and they are also working on a fatherhood campaign at SOS. And so this is what Sibanda was talking about. We need to bring to synergy the programs that are available. Let us use the available resources. My takeaway from his presentation is that we need to use the available resources and optimize efficiency of available programs so that we can reach men where they are, because there are those men who might not have the luxury of having internet connectivity to have some of these programs taken to them, but we can go to them where they are and work with them in their spaces, in their churches, in their community meetings, and have a word or two with them. What I like with Kwakha Indvodza today is that they are walking the walk. SOS, are you there? At SOS, you don't walk the talk, you walk the walk. That's what they say as a power phrase. I'm happy they're having their strong men as an ambassador. SOS already has this in action. I have seen SOS men in the house. Can you please stand up and be recognized, brothers, where you are? SOS. These are the men from SOS who are spearheading or championing the fatherhood campaign there. They are under the leadership of their ambassador here, Mr. Timothy Sibusiso Makakula. Singamshayela tandla. Washiya pronyothwe ngimi ke naye. Ngeva bathi sorry yathi misela uyakhula. Keep it up, Sibali. I'll be back soon. And so it means good life for you. Keep working hard. Let us all keep working hard in our little pockets. What Sibanda was saying in a nutshell is that we each and every one of us have a contribution that we can make in making this fatherhood campaign a success. We don't need to start new programs, but the ones that are there, we can strengthen them and probably facilitate some controls. I can tell the finance people are happy when I speak about that, Ngobile. To put some controls in place so that our accountability is in place as we work with these funds. At this point in time, I cannot see Tom. Oh, great. I want to introduce to you the founding director of Kwakha Indvodza, Mr. Tom Churchyard.
Thank you.
The last time I was with him was 2012 when he was crafting this proposal for Kwakha Indvodza.
Yes.
We were still rugby mentors with him.
Yes.
We were going to Tom Churchyard. We were meeting at Sisegelo, Waterford, and Mananga. You see, it's working.
It
Jovicho.
is. Thank you. Thanks, Jovicho. Okay, good. It's midday exactly, so what does one say at midday? Good morning, everyone. As was introduced, my name is Tom Churchyard. I'm the founding director of Kwakha Indvodza. Since stepping back from civil society last year, I'm a little bit rusty on my protocols. So please forgive me if I just say all protocol observed, but it's an absolute pleasure to see this dream of ours come to life, and with so many people in the room, so many friends, so many allies and advocates, it's a real pleasure to see this realized. So I'm going to talk to you a bit today about some data that we have in Eswatini. My role now at KI is a voluntary one. It's more to spearhead some of the thought leadership and the research that can come out of Kwakha Indvodza's work, but also civil society in general. We've often been criticized as being too quick to implement and too slow to document. And so the work that I really want to get into in my new role is one of trying to promote and disseminate information. Today, I've been tasked with giving some data on the state of fatherhood in Eswatini. It comes from a couple of sources, one of which is primary data collected by KI in 2022, and others have been collected by other sources as we go through. I'm hoping that we should just click. All right, I'll use that one instead. So to give us a little bit of global perspective first, throughout the world, new data from 2023, the State of the World's Fathers report shows us that women are quite expected, as we would expect, by our current state of gender norms and gender equality in the world, do 3 to 7 times more unpaid care work than men. Across the global south. It's a bit better in the global north, but in the global south we're looking at 3 to 7 times more care work. And yet in that same study, we find interestingly that men who are involved in unpaid care work say, or are 1.5 more times likely to say that they are satisfied with their life and that they're leading the life they want or they always envisaged leading. And so there is this parallel that we're going to see throughout some of this data, whereby we're still faced with huge challenges and ongoing discrimination and imbalance in care work. And yet there is also compelling data that says that those men who are involved are actually happier, healthier, have better relationships, and so on. On average, women spend 55 minutes a day more than men on unpaid care work across the entire world. This is 12,000 people across 35 countries, data that's very, very fresh, just last year. And so what we're seeing is that there's an hour a day. Think of the human potential that 1 hour of somebody's time and energy per day, every day, could lead to if we were to share that care work more broadly and more equitably. In South Africa, just to give us a little bit more grounding and to zoom in a little bit more on the region, 4 out of 10 children live with men who are not their fathers. So we're also dealing with a change in our makeup, the family unit makeup, in the makeup of our homes. 4 out of 10 children live with men who are not their fathers, but 61% of men live with a child of some kind. So there's a lot of fathering going on. There's a lot of fatherhood roles happening, but they may not even be biological fathers. Obviously, the whole plethora of fatherhood is coming into play when we speak about fatherhood figures. We speak about surrogates, adoptive, and those who play father figure roles, but may not be actually biologically the children's father. To bring it back to Eswatini, this is DREAMS data from Population Council and others from 2022, I believe, published just a couple of years ago. You'll see that, there is a cumulative trauma that men face in Eswatini over their lives, both in childhood and in adulthood. This study asked men how many times they've experienced these different childhood adverse events, and similarly in adulthood, how many times they've experienced these events. And you'll see that 81% had experienced at least one of these things throughout their lives, either in childhood or in adulthood. 57%, over half, have experienced two, and 32% have experienced 3 or more. So we're working with a generation of men and women, but particularly men, because we know the way that men deal with trauma is so much different often than women. We're working with men who have childhood trauma, as the poem, childhood and adult trauma, as the poem His Excellency read earlier. We're all a little bit messed up. Women tend to develop coping mechanisms and means of working through these traumas in a better way than men, and means they won't, therefore, experience some of the ongoing effects of these traumas throughout their lives. So this is the causal relationship, or what they call dose-response relationship, with of these traumas to other adverse or antisocial, or what we would call unhealthy behaviors. So you can see here multiple concurrent partnerships. We often speak about multiple concurrent partnerships in the HIV space. Apologies. IPV, intimate partner violence, or GBV, often in the home. Hazardous drinking and depression and anxiety are all causally linked directly with the more trauma one has experienced. Yeah? In Eswatini. This isn't global generic data, this is Eswatini data. To say that if you have experienced 3 or more of the traumas that we just spoke about, you are exponentially more likely to then perpetrate and embody some of the antisocial behaviors that we as a country are trying to work to alleviate or to mitigate. So this study that we did at KI over the course of a few months in 2022, and the data of which is finally becoming ready for publication, it was delivered through, or was collected, data was collected through a paper-based questionnaire, and it involved a large sample size, 825 respondents, men and women, who will share in a second, across all 4 regions of the country. And it was Eswatini Human Research Ethics Board approved, and we currently are cleaning that data, and it's a pleasure to present the preliminary findings to you today. And again, this is a bit of a milestone because we are under researched as a country. We don't have enough data. There is a gap. And we often refer to data like I've just done from South Africa or from the world, and we say that it must apply to us as well. And we know that our context is different and that men are different in our context. So in terms of the demographics of the study, I'm going to go through quite quickly, and hopefully there'll be a chance for a bit of engagement at the end. 577 respondents were male, 248 were female, making 825. No respondents identified as non-binary or transgender. The ages were quite similar to our census data, to our demographics that we'd expect. And so I'm not going to talk too much about them, but it's interesting to note that all of these respondents were over 18, and so they're all gone through childhood. This study would be infinitely richer if we were able to talk to children as well. There are sensitivities and ethical considerations about research with children, but strongly suggest that this study is done again with children, boys and girls, to suggest how, or to indicate how current children are experience childhood and fatherhood in Eswatini. Our relationship status may be one of our first surprising pieces of evidence. You'll see here that the demographic of married was only about 20%, both male and female, of the study respondents. And so our idea, and I'm going to come back to this point later on, our idea of this hegemonic male and female heterosexual cohabiting married couple who then have children is no longer a full reality in many of our Swazi homes. Obviously, many identified as single, and that's indicative of the age of many of our respondents. But a lot of people identified as either in a relationship or cohabiting without being formally married. 57% of the male participants had children, 1 or more, and 62% of women. Again, 5% difference is significant because we understand that women have children slightly younger in Eswatini generally. However, 18% of men and 34% of women responded that they were unemployed. And we asked them a number of different self-identifying questions as self-employed, informally employed, and so on. And so this data is not corresponding directly to our unemployment statistics because there's a lot of informal employment and other types of income generation in Eswatini. But again, it's interesting to note that it's not quite what we expect, in that only 34% of respondents indicated that they had a formal, regular employment, which is in line a little bit with some of our employment statistics as a country. I love this simple pie chart because we asked participants how many people they live with in their home, and we've got census data to support this, but we see that we are actually far more people living under one roof, cohabiting, than we may expect, especially in urban dwellings. Many of us are from urban areas. We live in the city, we work in professional jobs, and therefore we have the luxury of maybe having smaller numbers of people in our homes. But when we go out there and ask Yemaswati in general, you see that 38% have 4 to 6 people, and a further 24% have 7 or more people in the same home. And so when we talk about fatherhood and parenting, we're not talking about that heteronormative idea of biological father and their children. Yeah, there's other relatives, there's other people involved, there's children that may not be theirs, there's sick and people who may be adopted or may have been brought into that home unit over time. We asked fathers about whether they lived with their biological fathers when they were growing up. And 67% of them said yes,
remember, these are all adults now, so they're all of a generation that were born at least in 2004 onwards. 2008 onwards. But so 67% of them, 2/3, lived with their biological father between the age of 0 and 18, which is quite high, higher than we may have expected. Although it means that 33%, a third, 1 in 3 people didn't live with their biological father. And there's lots of reasons we know for that. And only 4 in 10 live with both biological parents. This is from our data. There are studies that even show that that number is even less. So when we think about the family unit, we need to challenge ourselves to think beyond that idea of how families are constructed and how we should engage fathers in fatherhood programs. When we asked those that said they did live with their biological father, whether their father stayed at home, as expected, 35% of men said that their father always stayed at home. 35% of people, men and women, said their father always stayed at home, compared to 57% who said their mother always stayed at home. So we've got 20% differential there. Sometimes fathers stayed at home a little bit more than their mothers. When you look at this middle category, fathers stayed at home sometimes, 30%, and 19% mothers, and then very few never, because this was targeting those that already said that they lived with their father. So even when a father is, quote unquote, living, cohabitating with children, we find that another third of those another third of those, the father isn't there at all. And so we can see that he might be living there, but there might be, migratory work, there might be, needs for him to move around, or other reasons that take him away from the family unit. When we asked the same question, whether you live with your biological parent, we had that 67% that we've just spoken about, but when we asked about the biological mother, 78% of people said they live with their biological mother growing up. And so there is, as we would expect, a difference between parents and parenting styles there. But the interesting data from the preliminary data that really excites me is about quality time. When we asked 4 questions about quality time. We asked about whether a father spent time with me, whether a father played with me, a father talked about personal matters with me, and whether a father helped with homework. And you'll see that this represents a bit of a cascade or a spectrum of care, from just merely spending time, which is a good start, to playing, and we understand the importance of play, to talking about personal things, and to helping with homework, which is often a job delegated to mothers. And you'll see that this line here, this downward trend on the blue line, suggests that as we go along that spectrum of care, men are less and less engaged, to the point where at the end, only 30% of people are saying that their father could talk about personal matters with them or helped with their homework, 1 in 3. Whereas when they say no, 53% said, my father didn't do those things. So 1 in 2, half of us, didn't have a father who they felt they could talk about personal matters with, or who would help with their homework. This is my penultimate data slide before we get onto some preliminary conclusions. So we also asked in a different study, although coincidentally with the same 820, with another group of 825 men, whether they felt that diaper changing, feeding and bathing kids is a mother's role. And you'll see, this is data from 2021, KI data, that 48% agree that those jobs are reserved for a mother's role, and another 18% somehow agree. So if we take those two sums together, we get 66% of men who are saying that they either fully agree or somehow agree that these are just women's jobs. I don't have to do those things. And only 34% of men are saying that's actually part of my job as a parent. So in terms of my initial conclusions on this study, and this is really preliminary, it hasn't been published yet, and so please bear with me. But in general, we need to rethink what a father looks like. We need to uncloud our preconceptions of what a Swati family is and how it's constructed. We have a lot of data here that's suggesting that we need to be engaging men in a very different way to a biological mother and father married living under the same roof. We also encountered lots and lots of social norms, as you would expect, and these harmful gender norms and inequalities throughout the research. But to give men a little bit of a respite from what we often is an attack on men in some ways, we encountered that fatherhood is generational and that poor fatherhood is generational. Many of the men that we spoke with didn't have good experiences of fatherhood of their own. And this is the same with the implementation that happens at Kwakha Indvodza, I'm sure. How are men supposed to learn and know these skills, these tools, if they haven't experienced it themselves? And when we look at this almost nationally representative sample, almost, we were a few tens short of actually being a representative sample of the circa 1.1 million people in Eswatini, we find that a large majority of people didn't have that positive experience of their own. And that men in general want to feel responsible, want to feel involved and want to be involved, but they often find that they don't have those tools. They can't, how do I do this? Mr. Sabanda previously was saying men, and this represents, he was saying that men have the same experience in South Africa, and this is represented also in international data as well. So I wanted just to acknowledge that this isn't completely my research. Dr. Mary Mahazo, myself, and others at KI, Sibusi Gamedze and Gift, Lamini and others were contributed towards the research. It was funded by Crossroads International and other Canadian partners, so we're very grateful for the ongoing Canadian support, as well as the Babylon partners over the years that have supported the implementation of the program. I'm happy if anybody has any questions or if there is time through the program director to deliberate on any of the results. But hopefully, bear with me for another few months and we will have a published, homegrown, peer-reviewed piece of Eswatini research that we can then draw on as we move forward in these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, you just switched off.
Did I use my community voice?
Too. Oh, you powerful Tom. You were just using your voice. Thank you so much. We appreciate a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Tom Churchyard. I love how he has done a disclaimer on that this is a preliminary study. It's still going to be peer reviewed. So, nemugelekile bodokotela, bolecturer, nanonke nima thought leaders to come through and critique. I like the idea of looking deeply into the ideal Swati father. Kutsi ngabe unjani lo babele lesimfunako tsine even leSwatini nalesimfisile ukuthi bantwana bemaswati bambone. One of the most interesting things babukele emakhaya ukuthi with Kwakha Indvodza they're not just speaking about fatherhood, they are already doing something on the ground to ensure bobabe labasebenzela lenhlangano yabo bayanakekeleka. Ngoba lokunye lokudala letingcinamba leti lesitibonile, it is the fact that the challenges are brought about by the father not being taken care of either at the workplace where they are or in the spaces that they live in. And so KI has it in confidence that they give 30 days paternity leave to fathers to take care of their newly born. Wow. Where is the guy who works on the system? We're having challenges, either by Shinchi Petri or they get something else before Kosheke Band. Ngesaba mina ngobe nangkhuluma into tingendeki, I'm quick to action. asigcini nje kakhulu
Inhlangano
bakuphela
yaka
ngenda
SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga
HR lungatsandzeki
faka
kakhulu
sandla
ngoba when
ekukhuliseni
things are not
bantfwana
happening
labadzingile
it
ngekunikela
means we have the
imali
wrong
kusuka
people
ku-1 lilangeni
at the
kuya
helm of things, and so we need to
unganikela
excuse
nangalokune
those
lokudzingekako
and bring in a
ekukhuliseni
team
bantfwana
that
bethu
is
bantfwana bemaswati nikela
active.
ngamobile money
At this point in
enombolweni
time,
lethi
thank you.
7640 0273 noma usishayele ku-2505 8471 SOS 1 lilangeni campaign help raise a
sisemoyeni
child.
lapha kunemisakazo yematelevision lehlukene. At every anniversary of your birthday you must come for an increase. You've done a lovely job. Umshayele Ntandla. Ube Mr. Gift Dlamini. Nang Mr. Gifting programs wala ekhaya phamisa sandla ngosi and be recognized. Give him a round of applause. Last year he took the paternity leave and enjoyed the 30 days of work. And so we're not speaking numbers. We're not speaking policy issues long as he implemented. You can ask him, ukahle umeceleni kwa Mr. Timothy SOS, ungamtshela ngathi noma usetaba nabo yini labancane. Nje kuwe ukuthi nenikwende kanjani, bangenda kanjani to champion it to hamba kahle. Naloko ukuthi we need to undo lama stereotypes. I think ninakile ukuthi as asakhuluma Mr. Churchyard, there is a lot of normative issues that we are faced with as the local context in as far as the patriarchy is concerned. Because you'll know what's in this part of sub-Saharan Africa, we are faced with lauma issues now. And so we need to find I would say a realistic manner in which to attend to those issues. Ngidawucela ukuthi sike simikise tinsambo e-studio gafishane sitawukwati kulungiselela lo hlelo lwethu lolandzela. We will have a panel discussion which will be led by a few speakers. We will have also an interactive session. Last open the story Colonel Tuchana nje le question and answer and make our contributions where we can in as far as unmasking the journey of a responsible and present father in the Kingdom of Eswatini. I will invite the speakers, but for now I will allow the stage team of Good, thank you. We'll allow the team to set up.
Inhlangano yaka SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga kunakekeleka faka sandla ekukhuliseni bantfwana labadzingile ngekunikela imali kusuka ku1 lilangeni kuya etulu unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni bantfwana bethu bantfwana bemaswati nikela ngamobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku2505 8471 SOS 1 lilangeni campaign help raise a child.
How Kwakha Indvodza started was a school in Mahlanya, Lobamba Lomdzala, had a number of students who were, the Form 5 students didn't have a teacher for English and they were preparing for their final exams. So a young man who was teaching English at Waterford at the time heard about the situation with the students and volunteered his Saturdays to come and help them get up to speed on their subject and prepare for their final exams. And in his interaction with these young people, he found out that it wasn't just a teacher for the subject of English that they didn't have. Many of them wished for or wanted an older male person to just speak to, because some of them came from homes where they didn't have fathers. And they just wanted to have an opportunity to speak to another older male person about things that they were facing as men on a day-to-day basis.
Kwakha Indvodza was established when I was teaching high school English at Lobamba Lomzala High School in Mahlanya. And we were doing composition writing. And in that time, when I received the entries back from the students, I realized that none of the male students in that class were writing about a positive male role model. Lots of students wrote about Mage, Gogo, Auntie, Big Sister, even Big Brother, but none of them were writing about positive father figures in their homes. So that got me thinking about the role that men play in raising the next generation of Yemaswati, and the role that we play more generally in our health and social development in Eswatini. And so KI was started as a result of that brief interaction with a few students at Lobamba Mzala High School.
British High Commissioner here in Eswatini. So when I first arrived in the country in July last year, my country-based colleagues presented me with a list of people I should meet, not just in government, but in wider civil society. And this included Tom Churchard, the founder and executive director of Kwakha Indvodza, with whom we had been working to support some of their community-based engagement during the COVID lockdown. As a result of that meeting, I was inspired by what I heard about the organisation and keen that we should expand our support to them in the training of young men and the use of those training programs to discuss some of the issues around rights and responsibilities.
We were running a school program for the holidays for the youth of Lobamba Mzala, a program called Emandla Emculo, and I saw a building which had an M that looked like two men holding hands, and the words Kwakha Indvodza. So out of curiosity, I asked some of the young people who were attending the program, and a young man told me about a male mentorship program, and that's how I first saw and heard about it.
The American Bar Association is conducting 2 projects in the Kingdom of Eswatini. The first one started in 2019 and is in partnership with WAGE, which is Women and Girls Empowered. And that project basically is looking at the intersection between gender-based violence and economic strengthening, because we know that there are many factors that make women vulnerable to gender-based violence. Unfortunately, economic strengthening is one of those factors. And so that project looks at law reform. It also looks at trying to transform gender norms so that people understand equality between men and women. And so Kwakha Indvodza is one of our local civil society partners. Kwakha Indvodza.
And the main
Welcome, Babugeli Emakaya. At this point in time, we're going to invite Mr. Clement Dlamini from the University of Eswatini, a lecturer in the social work department, who is also a board member of Kwakha Indvodza. He will be leading a session on fatherhood in Eswatini and how research, on what research.
All right, we are all good. The other name is Nkosinati, Clement Dlamini. I won't have time to speak about me. Let me just get straight to the business of the day. Maybe it will come out when I'm sitting there. But I think one important factor that I need to mention is that I was raised by a single mother. So the stories about fathers and fatherhood for me are exciting because I was raised by a mother. I think there was a time when I used to go on Facebook, I used to speak about my mother being a man. But then I realized a couple of years later that she actually cannot be a man. She can only be a mother, so she can't be my father. She only is a mother, but who was playing a parental role that was supposed to be played by my father. So let me go straight to it. So I have a timekeeper here, as I'm known to speak and never stop. So I started with, I think the important thing is I want to speak about research in the country around fatherhood issues. And we worked tirelessly with my team to try and find research on fatherhood. We don't have a lot in the country. But someone was saying to me, when you speak about fatherhood, what does fatherhood even mean? So I found a couple of definitions, but I just stick to one. Fatherhood is not just a position, but it is a function and a responsibility that must be lived by all who regard themselves as fathers, which is why I then, at that point in time, started to say my mother was a father. You get my definition. So I said it's a function and a responsibility that must be lived by all who regard themselves as fathers, whether biological or through adoption. So there's an author called Hapaz in 2014 said being a father is one of the most important things God entrusted to mankind. And he brings where there are no fathers, then what are the sons going to mimic? And majority of the time I was mimicking my mother. I was washing dishes. I was doing all of these things that mothers do. And they called me a handbag because wherever my mother was, I was, because she was a teacher. When she changed the school, I had to go with my mother. So I was my mother's handbag. So the stories were, what kind of a man is he going to become if he's always following his mother? And this tiny kingdom, children with fathers are considered as fortunate. Now, when you say fathers, we are speaking about the presence of a father within the house. That you are classified as fortunate to have had your dad live with you. Others live with their dads, but their dads are not fathering them. They are present absent in their homes. I'm gonna run quicker. Most Swazi children typically lose one or both of their parents. We know this. This has been because of the HIV pandemic. And then the other part that I thought was important is to also, in research, the effects of father absence in the Swatini child. No matter where a kid lives, if their father is absent, the child will suffer the consequences. Some mother may try to shield, like Clement Lamini, shield from them the impact of father absence, but the daddy issues will somehow arise and be there. When a child has an absent father, it takes a toll on their development, even if mother continues to play a role in a child's life. Not having a father can lead to very disastrous outcomes. So I'm going to go through, I found two interesting studies. One was done by Kutala artisans. It says, the title was The Effects of Father Absence on Children. It was, I'm not sure whether it was ended up being published, but it shows up as Grey Data 2021, because I didn't come across a published article around it. The study highlights the disastrous outcomes of not having a father, and these include lack of emotional security, behavioral issues, academic troubles, youth crime, drug and alcohol abuse, and the list goes on. I don't have the time to dig deep on them, but when we sit down for the panel, you can ask me more questions. The second study that I came across was in 2022, done by Mpofu and Twala. It says the dilemmas of children raised by single parents in the Kingdom of Eswatini. According to Mpofu and Twala, children raised by single parents face many challenges that can be social, psychological, cultural, and economic, and resulting in erratic behavior. Some of the erratic behaviors that we speak about are the ones we spoke about from the Kutsala study. They add that single parents, especially mothers, habitually have limited time to universal guidance and everyday supervision of their children. It is also worth noting that children's needs in families headed by single parents are rarely communicated compared to what is observed in traditional two-parent families. A couple of years ago, I was arguing and I was upset. I wrote an article that says, what is broken by being raised by a single parent? Because I was hearing a lot of noise and people were saying my family was broken because I was raised by my mom. And I argued a lot because I'm also a social worker by training and I've done some sociology. So I used to argue and say, but I don't seem to be broken. Nothing seems to be missing. But as I grew older, I figured that there were certain things that I would have appreciated to have had the counsel of my father, but he was not there to give me that counsel. For an example, I usually make this example to my students, that my first wet dream, I was so wet, everything was wet in the bed, even the mattress. That morning I woke up and I started to wash sheets in the morning, and my mom was like, "Oh, so today you were tidy, why are you washing sheets?" She already knew what had happened to me, but I had no father to go to and say, "Hey, something happened to me when I was sleeping," but I couldn't go to my mom, and my mom could not have the audacity to come to me and say, "This is what has happened to you." So fatherlessness is a scourge that is faced by our children, not only children born in 1975 like myself, but the ones that are born today are actually raising themselves. Child-headed households. I'm going to run quickly. So that's the study that I was mentioning about single parenthood. I can speak until the cows come home about single parenthood. The other one was done by Busiwe Tsabete in 2020. It says financial dependence in early motherhood, experience of young mothers in Lomasha. This one is not directly on fatherhood, but it speaks about motherhood. It's a beautiful study. You can look at it. And one of the things I thought was exciting about them, it spoke about a large number of adolescent mothers have remained disproportionately poor and in most cases dependent on public assistance and or their families to support them economically. And if there was a father in that instance, maybe things would have changed. I heard the Canadian presentation, they spoke about something similar. So the other studies I'm going to run through, they have two variables. They've got either have a father or fatherhood variable. One was done by Booth, 1995, Children of Migrant Fathers, the effects of father absence in Swaziland's children preparedness for school. Another one was done by the same person, Booth, in 2003. He was speaking about the impact of parental availability in Swazi students' school achievement, a 9-year longitudinal study. This one also had a variable of fatherhood and father. Another was done by Mabuza Ncengiwe 2014, where she was speaking about single parenting and its effects on psychosocial development of children in Eswatini. Another one was done by one of my friends, Neville Curl. He wrote about the effect of absent fathers in spreading HIV and AIDS and the role of the church in Eswatini or in Swaziland. That was in 2009. Another one was done by Mgati, 2007, Adolescent Pregnancy and Parenthood in Swaziland. Another one was done by one of my colleagues, Dr. S.K. Twala and Mabuza and Dinda. They were doing single parenting effects, resource access and coping of children in Swaziland. The third to last, Shabalala and ETL 2016, they did a study on rethinking the family in the context of care of adolescents living with HIV in Swaziland. Same thing, they were looking at the issue of where are the fathers. And then another one was done by Kevin Neville Curl, yes. He wrote about the authority and submission in marriage contextualized within the Kingdom of Swaziland. Here they were also looking at the variable of fatherhood, how fathers would actually marry out their daughters, blah, 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 and all of those things. The last one, factors associated with mothers' decisions on male neonatal circumcision. In Swaziland, there's also the father figure. Where's the father? The father saying, you can't circumcise my child. That one was in 2015. Another one done by Dr. Sonene Nyawo in 2018. Spoke about social, cultural, and religious constructions on women fertility and their implications on the context of HIV. Even there were men, there were fathers, and fatherhood as a variable that was being discussed. The last one, which I thought was very fascinating, by Sipho Simelane, 2011, where the title is Sharing My Bed with the Enemy, Wives and Violent Husbands in Post-Colonial Swaziland. That was in the Journal of Contemporary African Studies. It's a 2011 study. Ladies and gentlemen, I know my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aufike. Thank you very much. Yes, sambo hlale stage babe. Mshayele ntandla sakibela umlangeni. Thank you so much, Ngosi. I think you've heard Gogoguti, there is some work that has been done. There is some work that has been done. Kulolu hlangothi lolu awenza kutabangcono. kodwa ke matimoni siyawayala kuthi angasiphethamise kulokusebenza. It's really frustrating, but we hope we are going to be okay. Please bear with us. The audibility will be fine. It was just that little noise that was coming through. From the Deputy Prime Minister's office, we also have someone who is going to make some remarks briefly kulenza by fatherhood before we continue with our discussion. Mr. S'khatsi, Sonzela Msimelo Mnyama. I think as Sakubega, we continuing, ladies and gentlemen, to have a reflection in our heads as program practitioners, as researchers, as policy developers and fathers. We would see what is it that we can take away as we leave this place, and what can be our contribution in these projects lakhona already. Ngobe sivile kusibanda ukuthi let us not waste resources and start something new. With those who are already on the ground, let us strengthen them and see how far we can reach. Let us use the available structures. We have Tingula, we have whatever that we have within our means. Let us use those. Let us use the churches that we have. Let us use the community meetings that we have to spread the positive word on fatherhood. Mr. S'khatsi, ladies and gentlemen, ngicela simshayele intandla babukele emakhaya ubuye ehhovisini leliphini landwe nankulu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kwakha S'khatsi. I work as a social worker at the Deputy Prime Minister's office. For me, fatherhood is something that I'm passionate about. Fatherhood and male wellness. The important thing about fatherhood is presence. It's not enough as a father to provide financially. It's not enough for the father to just be the breadwinner. But kids need a father who is present. By present, we mean you have to be around, you need to give your children time. Within the family, as a father, there are 2 times when you get on your knees. The first one is when you pray. The second one is when you get down to play horsey with your kids. And I'm sure a lot of us fathers here have been in the situation where we play horsey with our kids. So what's important for children is not really the money, it's not really the things that you buy for them, but it's the time you spend with them. It's the moments that you share with them, because at the end of the day, your children will not remember the things that you bought for them, but they will remember the moments. They will carry those moments with them into adulthood. So, in my line of work, I've come across a variety of fathers. I've seen absent fathers, I've seen present fathers, I've seen a lot of types of fathers. So, but in this country, as the other speakers have said, we have a scourge of fathers that are absent. Some are absent because of circumstances, some are absent because of certain, maybe they do not want to be present. That is why we have an influx of cases at the social welfare offices where mothers come and report a lack of maintenance, a lack of childcare, and a lack of presence for fathers at home. So it is important for us as fathers to make sure that we are present in the lives of our children. To a daughter, a father is the first love to the child. As a father, you teach your daughter what type of love she needs to accept and expect from the opposite sex as she gets older. To a son, you are the child's superhero. He models everything that you do. Your child will grow, your son will grow up and be what you are, and be who you are. So it is important for us, as fathers, to model the right types of behavior. I will make an example. I usually tell people that children learn by modeling the behavior. So for my child, for my son, to learn how to brush his teeth every day, I had to start by doing it in front of him. So every morning when I woke up, went about my business, then went to brush my teeth, he would always be there. That's how he learned. So as a father, your behavior will shape what your child becomes. And there's another saying that says, the daughter marries her father. So what you need to do as a father, you need to make sure that your child, your daughter, marries their type of man that you would be happy with. So we need to teach them young. We need to make sure that everything that we do is at the best interest of their child. So the presence is very important. Can I mention this? Men who help out around the house, fathers who help out around the house, they produce healthier and happier children. That leads to healthier and happier mothers and less tired mothers. And less tired mothers and happier mothers will have more time for daddy. So the father, whatever the father does in the house, he needs to remember that he is the leader. He is the king of the castle that the children call home. So we have to lead by example in everything that we do. So for now, that's what I can say. For any other questions, I think we'll address them in the panel. Thank you. Can I show you one last thing? I almost forgot it. Can you hold this for me? Because of my passion for this came at a very opportune time. I went and did this for myself. I'm the only one who's got this in the country. For me, this is a daily reminder that this is my cape. I'm the Spider-Man in my house. So whenever the children need me, I need to be there. So for me, I had this made out of the passion and as a reminder to myself and also to show other fathers out there that we need to change the narrative. We need to be there for our children. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. S'khatsi. Hey, PS, we are born to like here at the office. We want to kiss on the tipam. We had to go to a toilet brief. They was a figure to gaga. So, Babugele Makailo, Begung Babes Kumbuzo S'khatsi from the office, Leli Pinilan Vunangulu. Ile ngusonhlala kahle khona abekhuluma ngebumcoka bekuba ngibabe nekokuthi yena uthi khumbuta njani ukuthi ufanelekile ukuthi ahlala khona njalo empilweni yemntwana wakhe uze watakhela ke sikipa sakhe akakhulumi ke ngentengo yaso kodwa uthi sakhe uthi khumbuta yena njalo njalo ngokuthi ungubabe loqotho nawe ungakha sakho sikipa lapho ekhaya ngiyadlala kulelo hlangothi kodwa ngendawo sinawo ujabule ukuthi sinawe bashayele intandla babukele emakhaya. So kulesikhathi samanje sitawemukela lo munye babe lokhona emkhathisini wethu akusiye babe ke manje sebangilungisile bengithi ngibabe but kudinkinga sinato tonke tinhlangothi anti sivile ngabomakele bese baba bobabe but ke angeke akhuluma ngalolu hlangothi utasichazela ukuthi njengoba yena angumuntu lophethe tisebenti etohweni asebenta lenza bayaka employee relations ngisho kona yini ndaze ngisho into la ngayendi kanti awukhanzela ithuba lokuthi labanye baqashwe lapho ngoba abantu bese bayacizelela kulo mhlangothi. Xolisa Hlatshwayo from Eswatini Revenue Services is also in the house. Utawusisita ke ngokuthi asiphe umcondo ngokuthi engabe emsebentini ke kungendeka kanjani ukuthi bobabe bona bangadlala kanjani ingcingwana nokuthi yena uyibona kanjani indzaba ye policy reform around lenzaba yababe loqotho. Ngicela kulesikhathi samanje siniketele Xolisa Hlatshwayo make Xolisa Hlatshwayo atoba nesithombe nje kafishane semizuzu lemithathu angangeni kupanel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Xolisa Hlatshwayo.
Okay, that's not a problem. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As it's been said, I'm Xolisa Hlatshwayo Mabuza. Yes, Hlatshwayo. It's a bit tricky now that we are not presenting our slides. I find it a bit tricky. A lot has been said and about a good father. The definitions are almost similar to those that have been written by my fellow panelists and the presenters Lagahambe before me. One of my definitions by Roland Warren was that a good father, good fathers do three things. They provide, they nurture, they guide. I had pictures depicting what a good father is expected to be doing. My presentation is that a father is to provide materially, emotionally, physically, and give psychological support. We have many influences, as been said by the foregoing speakers, that influence good fatherhood. They include socialization, that is our cultural mindset, our acceptable norms of behavior. Swaziland has its own norms of behavior. Emulation have influence towards how you become a father or how you are or how you fare as a father. The roles, the societal expectations, your personal approach to fatherhood, which can go two ways. You can either copy what you have seen or you know what you have seen and you vow not to be what you have seen. There are also the economics that affect your approach to fatherhood. That is your employment and affordability and your presence in your child's life may influence how you fare as a good father. I had pictures, beautiful pictures of children emulating, as the speakers have stated before. Unfortunately, you will not be able to see those pictures. Tova Walsh. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. He has promised that he's going to share the presentation. Tova Walsh has stated that supportive father involvement is associated with positive social, emotional, cognitive outcomes for children from infancy throughout adulthood. So as Umfundisi had stated, that benefits of a good father goes towards strong personality traits or social traits in a child as they grow, higher academic achievements, better emotional security and self-esteem, fewer behavioral problems, and many others that have been said. Well, my presentation or my contribution to this forum is the economic one, is the employee who is a good father. Unfortunately, as Clement had said before me, that there is very few of contributors to his research presentation. It's the same with mine. There is very few labor or employment legislation that supports fatherhood. Actually, there is none in Swaziland that is specific to fatherhood. So we just clean in the legislation, in the labor legislation that we have, that this applies to fatherhood. So basically, our contribution today would be what we can recommend be done. We have seen empowering legislation for motherhood, like maternity leave and stuff like that. What is very glaring is paternity is the equivalent in the father side. So the recommendation would be for more legislation in the labor space that will look into filling that gap that we so obviously see that is glaring. Now, it's been said that there's been a shift, even though it's slight, but we're getting there. Legislation and policies and government approach and public endeavors such as this one, we're seeing a shift from fathers who were not involved, who were just providers and stuff like that. What we seek to do now is have fathers who are enlightened about what a good father is. In the coming generations, we're going to have our legislators who are fathers who have been enlightened. Now we are having a majority of our legislators being male. We are hoping that if the coming generations of legislators remain to be male, at least they will be intentional about promulgating legislation that will be empowering fathers in the workspace. We have seen a positive move by organization formulating policies about paternity leaves. We thank Kwakha Indvodza for their 30 days paternity. I'm proud to announce that even in the ERS, we have recently moved our policy towards a paternity leave of 10 days. Yes, it has started. It has started. One of the recommendations that we're making, that it will start with the mindset of the males themselves, because currently you cannot be propagating for paternity leave of 3 months for a male who doesn't appreciate what they're supposed to be doing with the 3 months. So it will start with our shift in mindset, with our intentional move towards being involved from the birth of our children. And yeah, thank you very much. That's the list that I can say for now. I hope that we'll have questions and we'll address more of that. So some of my recommendations will be company policies for best practices in encouraging paternity responsibility, sexual harassment policies, equality and diversity policies in the workspace to encourage fathers or employees to be good fathers. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu Lutonga, ngixolise kakhulu kuwe Mashabalala ngankosikazi yawo make lahlatshwayo. Ngicela simshayele intandla bekunene. Kulesikhathi samanje sitawuya ke ku panel discussion la khona sitawukhulumisa nje imibuto lemibidlana lemithashwana lehambisana nekokuthi singende kanjani kulendzaba yababe loqotho babukele emakhaya nyalo sesitawuthi nje liminute sinathe mandi sitewukwati kungena esigabeni lesilandzelako se panel discussion la sitawukhulumisa khona sitaba nemibuto nje lemithashwana lesitayibuta labo laba niketwe lithuba lokuthi bahole lomhlangano ngetingqoqo kulombuthano we convention yabobabe. Siyabonga.
Inhlangano yaka SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga kunakekeleka, faka sandla ekukhuliseni abantwana labadzingile ngekunikela imali kusuka ku1 lilangeni kuya etulu. Unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni bantfwana bethu, bantfwana bemaswati. Nikela nga-mobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku-2505 8471. SOS 1 lilangeni campaign, help raise a child.
Siyanemukela Phinze Babukele Makaya. Welcome back to this exciting session of our panel discussion where we'll have our panelists answering a few questions. Before we go any further, Ms. Tlachwayo, Kolisa, there is an interesting provision in the Children's Protection and Welfare Act, number 6 of 2012. Section 18 reads as follows: duties and responsibilities of parents and guardians. A parent or guardian, whether married or not, the parents of the child continue to live together or not, shall not deprive a child of his welfare. A parent or guardian has a responsibility imposed by law or otherwise towards the child, which includes responsibility to protect the child from neglect, discrimination, violence, abuse, exploitation, and the rest. With this in our law as provided for by the Constitution in Section 29, and now we have the piece of legislation in the country, what can you say is a gap by company policies to ensure that we do some improvement? Because the law expects us to do something as parents, but because of the demands of the trade, sometimes we do not have time for our families. Do you see any gap? Where do we need to make improvements as the context of Eswatini?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There obviously is a gap because we're seeing a lot of people, a lot of parents who are living separately away from their children. Parenting need not be together at the same time. But as companies, we need to have policies that foster good parenting. Our employees need to have policies that enable parents to be available for their children, to protect their children. We can have policies that would allow time for family. In situations where we have remote offices occupied by our employees, we can offer housing, for instance, housing that is that enables the family to be together, or for a parent to have their children over. Obviously, that has to be balanced with sacrifices that the employees would have to have, because in order for a company in these tough economic times, for a company to provide housing, it means the company can't have an abyss of resources. Obviously, we as employees would have to let go of some of the demands in order to be accommodated in housing and in days off.
Wow, that's interesting.
Thank you.
This is a powerful contribution. I also noted in her speech, while she was talking about the issue of paternity leave not provided for in our law, it remains a gap the presence of both parents, because prevention of separation of families was one key issue that came out of those discussions that were happening at the time. I'm happy we're having SOS Children's Villages in the house, and from a perspective, as social workers, Ngozi, what is it that you can say in Sasabenda NGOs? I understand there's another program, Lekona, Yegu Adopt Abantwana, le alternative parenting, le foster care, le kubega, where sibambisane nema communities, bambisane live to make sure these children get parenting le proper. Nisasebenda nabo babe, I'm sure kuna naba len babophile labasi baboshwe system labakanishiwe. Nisasebenda nabo ma-maintenance issues. Nisasebenda leti ndzaba letilonza. Niwapholisa njani lamanceba lawo nisakhulumisana nabo? I'm sure kukhona la ema-tempers akaphakame khona nisasela office nivalelene nikhulumisana. From a social work perspective, kuhamba njani lapho Nkosi? Can you shed some light there?
Thank you, Program Director. Obviously, in the social welfare, while can I first correct one statement? Albopani in office of social welfare. And says about Tumaga will as even no, we intervene, we talk, finances passes slash and almost sending
it's more family conferencing.
It's more family conferencing, and then but in Jula social welfare. So challenges that we come across, we do have those fathers who do not maintain their children, who do not do anything towards the care of their children, but it's not of their own doing, it's the circumstances. At the same time, we do have those that just don't want to. So we try to intervene, we handle those issues, we address them, we explain to both parents, because the issue of maintenance is not necessarily on the father. Maintenance is something that is done by both parents, as you were quoting Section 18 of the CPWA. Maintenance is a parental responsibility. So both parents are supposed to maintain the child, take care of the child, and do all the things that fall under maintenance. But in this country, we have a lot of fathers that do not do anything towards that. So we do not rush to garnish. We do not rush to court. We talk. We explain to the father, not the father, the parent, who does not do the maintenance.
How is the success rate? How is the success rate, Sime, when it comes to the issue of your interventionist strategy as far as parenting is concerned? But I'm sure, without asking you, I can tell the numbers are more inclined towards the fathers who need to be available to take care of their children than the mothers.
I cannot put a number or a percentage on the success rate, but what I can say is we do have some successes. But what I can say is also that there's still a need to go out there and spread the message and talk to the fathers and explain to them the importance, because some of them are suffering from the lack of knowledge and the lack of information, because there's the old traditional norms that a father does not do anything for the child, or they're not present. But we do have some successes. Yeah.
Thank you. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ladies and gentlemen, that was it from the panel. Can I have 2 contributions from the floor? Yes, there is Reverend, there is Bishop Zwanini Shabalala, who has a contribution to make. Please give him the microphone. He's on the floor.
Thank you, moderator. And thank you to the panelists and all other presentations that we have heard. They're quite enlightening. There has been much reference to religious institutions, to the church and so forth, and how, the role that the church can play. But I'm missing one thing, and maybe one of you can assist there. Our cultural practices, where we still have a lot of stereotypes in terms of what is a man, what is a boy, how to bring up a man. and also the negative part of the practices that we have. What is their contribution in the upbringing of children, in men identifying themselves as fathers and playing that role effectively, whilst at the same time we want to remain Swazis and Yemaswati Mbamba? In that context, I'm sure you understand what I mean. Thank you.
Kuva kahle kakhulu mfundisi. Ngicela ukuthi ngithathe isandla sesibili, please note a response to that, Mr. Clement. I'm interested in the person next to you, the champion for fatherhood from SOS Children's Villages, Mr. Sibusiso Timothy Makakula. What can be your contribution kulo mhlangano lo njengana lona we fatherhood convention? Ubona kanjani lo mqondo nani inhlangano you've taken a step towards making sure you join hands with those who are already on the ground? What do you envisage? You've been known to having SOS mothers in your situation. Are you looking in at having also males who are responsible or who can probably take up the nursing role of direct care? I'm just taking it wherever I am taking it, but you can bring it to perspective on what you envisage as an organization as you get into this partnership.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this forum. I think the mindset of men in the country should change in a way that they take full responsibility like the mothers do. Most of us here, almost, I don't know, I'm not sure of that, but almost of us here have been grown by our mothers without our father. But what we can say now, more of those children are useful in the country. They're playing a role, a big role to that. So as SOS Children's Villages, we are having more mothers, which says that mothers are more important to the children. But we are looking forward to see fathers in the midst of the growing of the children. So we have seen that if a father is not contributing to the child, a lot is happening. So the child's getting more influence to other children who has their fathers. Some of those fathers are not more responsible to lead the children to a right position. So you find that that child who doesn't have a father, listening to that unresponsible father who is a role model to that child. So you find that all those children who doesn't have father, they go to a wrong way. So that means we need fathers to change the mind. Thank you so much.
We need fathers to change the narrative. Thank you so much, Mr. Makakula. Okay, I'm closing with you, Mr. Dlamini, on behalf of the CSO. Mr. Temikosi Dlamini, the Congo Director, the voice of the CSO, of the civil service organizations in the country, civil society, of the civil society, in a nutshell, in summary, sota bakhulumela bonke ngosi ngenxa yesikhathi sizakele bengufuna lapho, but ke sesitawuniketa Director Kango on behalf of the civil society.
Siyabonga kakhulu program director nema panelists for all the useful insights lesabasinete wona. We really do think the initiative is a great initiative that we should continue with, especially understanding the input. Let's manje, we have a lot of people in our communities labatikhulisako banvana. And therefore, the absence of either both the parents or one parent is becoming a challenge. Lapho khona siyabona even ama behaviors abantwana lesakhona nyalo esikolweni sikhanza ukuthi abangale kuma extremes abasakhuteki. So it calls for us as the community to intervene and strengthen lama systems lakhona at community level, at household level, to ensure ukuthi bomalume they intervene. Labanye ndibethu sikhuliswa bomalume bogogo. So it becomes important ukuthi those structures aphinze abuye. Kunama issues lamanye that are emerging, for instance issues of mental health, issues disability. Lawo marginalized communities, we really need to shine the spotlight on them to ensure that we give them the attention that they deserve so that they do not lag behind as we go about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause. That was our panel discussion in a nutshell. Ngicela shayele nama panelists etutandla asayothatha tihlalo tawo. Kodwa ke singahlali phasi ngidawucela ukuthi a responde Mr. Clement Lamini to the question yemfundisi.
Mfundisi bangiyalile basengishaya kafishane. I think the answer is right there, Mfundisi. With regards to how do we merge the church response, the community response, and your cultural aspects of raising the child. I think for me, what becomes critical is the fact that maybe most of these answers around how we can deal with fatherhood are coming not from the fathers, but they are coming from all other people besides the fathers. So I think we need to also escalate. How do we, I applaud KI because I'm also a board member there, but I think we need to escalate the discussion with men. What are the challenges that we are facing and what can we do? Because I do not want to believe that we don't have solutions as men around how we can circumvent and deal with these issues. Bese, Mfundisi, the aspect, the aspect yokuthi, how do we then bridge? We have always used a multi-sectoral approach to dealing with problems in this country. So the sector that is cultural, obviously we are going to get rid of these toxic cultural practices that are not pro-assisting of our families. Those we cannot continue to exist with them. But there must be a discussion from the culture, what do we call traditionalists, not culturalists, from the traditionalists together with the church, together with all the other stakeholders, what is it that we can do to ensure that, because our challenge is the child, it's the boy child and the girl child and the family. And lokuthi ema tota noma bobabe banjeni akusho ukuthi bobabe labaqotho bakhona. What can we do to maximize on those bobabe labaqotho to ensure that they maybe we make them bite more than what they're biting now, to ensure that they model certain behaviors, they mentor boys and they mentor, because mentoring becomes a very critical aspect to it. So the church can be mentor and the traditionalists can mentor us, because we still need our culture. We can't get rid of our culture, but anything that is toxic in terms of our traditional practices, we don't need it. So multi-sectoral approach, I think, is the way to go. But conversations must be had. Let's not hide behind liqembe. Let's have conversations. What are the problems? I believe me not, we are going to find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ishayile umlangeni bekunene wayibeka kanjalo kokuthi sitsingana sonke, wena lo lapho ekhaya, wena lo la esibane hotel, wena lo hleli lapho ngeshiya kwetlwandle, you are needed. Noma ungena nga-hybrid, noma ungena ngaluphi lihlobo, you are needed to be part of this conversation. Let us start talking about this. More than talking about it, I am saying let us do something about it in our small pockets so that we start and we encourage a large movement of people who will bring about responsible fatherhood. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we will be switching sibuyisele tinzambo emuva estudio ngobe sekufuna ukuthi siqhubeke nenkulumo ke manje lebuya kubabe lovelele lapha even leSwatini lesimatiko kakhulu lisebentele live tinhlangothini letinenge ekuphila kwakhe, kodwa lamhla sitamethula ngakuthi nguReverend D Mathe umfundisi lophinze abe ngubabe naye ebantwaneni bakhe simathi kakhulu ngemadodzakati akhe la khona adlala lichaza lelivelele khona ngekuba ngibabe kunalabanye ke bantwana labakhulisile enkosini labanye ubakhulise emsebentini umfundisi Mathe ke bekunene uyatiwa ekuphileni kwakhe ukuthi wa trainer wafunza njengemmeli lokungukuthi there are also legal insights that we are looking forward in his keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, let us switch over to our keynote address by Reverend David Mathe. Thank you.
Inhlangano yaka SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga kunakekeleka faka sandla ekukhuliseni abantwana labadzingile ngekunikela imali kusuka ku1 lilangeni kuya eTulu unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni abantwana bethu bantwana beMaswati nikela ngamobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku 2505 8471 SOS 1 lilangeni campaign help raise a child. Inhlangano yaka SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga kunakekeleka faka sandla ekukhuliseni abantwana labadzingile ngekunikela imali kusuka ku1 lilangeni kuya eTulu unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni abantwana bethu bantwana beMaswati nikela ngamobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku 2505 8471 SOS 1 lilangeni campaign help raise a child.
Siyanemukela babule makhaya lota ukhuluma manje lota sipha inkulumo levelele lusuku leungumfundisi David Mathe longubabe in this fatherhood convention. He is the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back and enjoy Reverend David Mathe.
I greet all of you in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I think you will have the goodness to excuse me for not acknowledging you in your respective positions, because I might not remember all of you. So I'll rather also join the bandwagon and say all protocol observed. I just want to start by saying I'm aware of the time that I have, so don't be scared, because when you give an old man the last word, you are taking a risk. Because the older we become, the more we say. So I just want to allay your fears and say I'm aware of the time and I'll try and keep within. The most important thing for me to start with is to say that I'm sure I'm not speaking for myself, I'm speaking for also members of, a lot of members of our community in Swaziland, to commend you for putting together a forum like this one. I stand astride 2 generations. I'm 77 this month. So I've been looking at life as a movie from the time my eyes were opened to today. When I look at the way fatherhood, particularly the boy-child issue has been looked at, there's been a complete change, gradual change. And to see where it has taken us is very, very impressive. And I think that we needed this maybe 20, 30 years ago. But here we are now, and we thank God for the fact that we have organizations like, you know, the ones that have arranged and been involved in this conference. Just to think that we have organizations that are looking after the interests of the boy child is refreshing, because the voices that we're hearing in society are mainly about the girl child. And I agree with those who have spoken ahead of me, who have said that now there is a deliberate move towards considering the life of our young and growing fathers of tomorrow in the boy child. So we thank God for what is happening right now. I'm going to be speaking differently. Although I've been asked to make a keynote address, but I'm just going to speak as a father, as somebody who has grown up children over a period of time, and say those things which I think give a perspective of the life of a young Swazi boy child. It's, to me, we are challenged, you know, to look at what happens between father and child. I have a boy. The boy knows that I'm a lawyer. The boy has heard things about me and the law courts. And one day, he sits me down, brings the Bible, and says, "Babe, what are they doing to him?" What he was showing me are people who were in that picture, raising a hammer and crucifying another man on the cross. He said, "Daddy, bamendani lo muntu?" And I gave a lazy answer, as we normally do as parents. Gave a lazy answer and said, they are crucifying him. I thought that was the end of the story, and it wasn't. Then he says, after a while, he says, "Why are they crucifying him?" I I then started to think a little bit. Why is this young boy, about 5 or 6 years old, is asking me this question from a photograph? Then I said to him, they don't know what they are doing. I was being biblical, but also I was trying to avoid more questions. Then he says to me, after a while, are these adults dead? Batsala in Labantu. Abendalo. Now, I knew that for a long time I've been teaching this boy to listen to me. And when he said to me, why should I listen to you, Dad? I said, Ngumzala. Why, Daddy? It's important kusube mzala ngithi I know better because ngumzala. But I was facing this cross-examination from the young man. So I had to explain and confirm that these people were adults. And I loathed that because I knew that he was going to fire me with more questions. Who is he that they are crucifying? If I said Jesus Christ, and then he might ask, who is Jesus Christ? The Son of God? They are crucifying the Son of God? And they are adults? So what's wrong with these adults who go about crucifying the Son of God? I had to change the subject. I did not answer the last question. I changed the subject. Because I was learning that these children expect a particular kind of conduct from adults, from those who are older than them. When I say something, it remains in his mind, keeps it in his mind. He thinks about it. So I changed the subject. Fortunately, he did not remember afterwards, and he did not pursue the discussion. Those are some of the things that we need maybe to be aware of as parents. That the boy child or the children that we have now, they put more thought, deep thought into the things they see and the things they hear than they did before. I would dare not ask my father that question, but he asked me. And it's important to be able to say, all that we need to know is that our children, I'm sorry. No, smaller one. Smaller. There are a few things that our children are going to ask us that we are not going to be able to help them with if we are not ready. So it is important for us to know that the children, as we have heard, are a reflection of our lifestyle. I didn't know that this boy was watching my questions the way I asked. And he was growing at the age of 5, 6, he was able to ask these questions. Children are a reflection of who we are. Every day they learn. You don't need to tell them that I'm teaching you now. They just keep on learning. There are children who have grown under me that became lawyers. We never talked about it, but they kept on learning and having interest in the things that I was doing. One of them became one of the leading lawyers in the community. He was my brother's son, but I grew him up as my child. Mandla Majay Mkwanas. He developed interest in law from living with me, just living with me. Even when I was no longer staying with him, but he followed what I was doing in life, and he ended up being what Babe Matse was to him. So children are learning from us. And we should always know that they're a reflection of our lifestyles. For instance, I'm a baby boomer. I was born shortly after the end of the Second World War. That's when the soldiers came back. And our mothers were in trouble. My father had a lot of children, including myself. I was the firstborn. Had a lot of children after myself. So to me, my father was a soldier. And the immediate thing I thought of being was a soldier. But there were no soldiers being trained in Swaziland at that time. So I looked at my surroundings. I saw that some people are becoming police officers, and these are people who are working for government, for order in society. So I wanted to be a policeman because my maternal grandfather was a policeman. So I wanted to be that. So children are learning from us. I know that my father did something to me that left me with a lot of ideas of how to treat my own children, because I learned from him. My mother, whenever I did something wrong, should get a small stick and apply it. And so was my grandmother, but much, much lighter from the grandmother. But my mother would apply it. So one day, my father happened to be there. He was an absent father, but that day he happened to be there. I did something wrong, and he took me, sat me down. And he started lecturing me about the wrong thing that I had done. I listened to that lecture, and then he took a stick, took me Wangmixala Battalion to the end of the yard, got a proper stick there. And as he was beating me, he was telling me how wrong I was. Shouldn't do that thing again. And as he hit me, I realized that he was angry with me because of what I had done. I so loved my father that I never wanted him to be angry with me again. So he taught me the thing that he's angry about in my life. And he also applied the stick. I know the debate about stick or no stick, but I'm just testifying about what happened to me, what made me a man. It was the stick and the lecture, the explanation why I was being hit, and the hitting that took place. It made me what I eventually became. I know that one doesn't have much time to talk about everything. But the next thing I want to talk about is the fact that we should be careful, because our boys, the young boys, have an amount of confusion. They get confused, the boy child. We talk to them about one thing and they see another thing. We talk to them about being good to our friends and relatives and everything like that. But when they see us doing the opposite, they get confused. Okay. So there's confusion that we need to deal with in the minds of the children. They wonder what we are doing. The laws that we pass in Parliament, some of them wonder what we are doing, whether we are sane or not. The laws that touch on the child, the boy, in relation to the girl, I believe these are good laws. But if they are good laws, we need to find a way of unlearning the child of what he knew before the law came. They get confused. When they grow up, they know certain set of conduct which is good. But when the law comes and changes things, the child is never prepared. Society is never prepared for that change. There are a lot of changes that we bring in life about family leadership. The boy child grows up knowing that one day I'll be a family leader. I'll lead my own family. But when societal changes take place, some by law and some by conduct, the child is never prepared for that. And that is one thing that we may have to consider. When a law is passed, is the population ready to implement? Shouldn't there be a stage of unlearning the population of the previous requirements of the law before the law is applied? We have a sad occasion of knowing a young man who we thought was living a straight life, but recently he was arrested. Why was he arrested? The relatives are asking. Oh no, he was arrested because his girlfriend visited him. And then they started having sex without the consent of the girlfriend. The typical question was, but wasn't she a girlfriend? No, she was. Didn't she come on her own to the room of the boy? No, she came. By the time you say no, there was no consent, the person is already confused. Because it has not been drummed, they have never been taught, untaught that consent is the pivotal thing when it comes to sexual intercourse. Yes, the law has changed, but some of the boys are bemused. They are completely confused at what the adults are doing in that parliament. Finally, let me say, because I can't say everything that I would have said. One of the presenters made a powerful statement and said, we're still looking for the ideal man. The ideal man. The right man. Making our boy child the right kind of man that they ought to be. How do you arrive at that? It cuts across everything that we have said, because with all these good ideas, there must be implementation. How is it going to be implemented? How do you expect this boy all of a sudden to change and become that which his colleagues at school are not? How does it become that? I want to say something because I also was a young man. And my first experience was that because my father was not there when I wanted a thing, my grandmother taught me to speak to God. So whenever I needed something, I spoke to God. I used to see my grandmother speaking to God at midnight when she was making a maths at night. She would pray. She'd pray for my mother who was in Johannesburg to bring us good things from Johannesburg. And when she did bring those good things, I thought, here is a God who is able to deliver. So I started asking God. One day I wanted to be first in class. I told them before I went to write the exam, I said, I'm going to be first in class. They said, how? Because you can't spell properly English words. I did not explain how I was going to do it, but I went to court and I asked, and he gave me that number 1. I went to standard 1 as number 1. At standard 1, after 2 weeks, they gave us a test. And I went to court again, I passed the test, and I went to standard 2. I did standard 1 for 2 weeks because of the God of my grandmother. It made me somebody who was slightly above par, because I could get things which the other children were not getting because they did not have the kind of God that I had. Standard 2, mid-year I failed because I was confused. I skipped a class and I was still confused. But I went back to court and I said, I want to be number 1 in standard 2. Childish question, because I had been promoted to standard 2. But I said to God, I want number 1. Come the exam, number 1, 259 marks, number 2, 258, a difference of 1 mark. But I was number 1. From that time I knew, father or no father, I have a father who is in heaven. If the boy child doesn't have a fallback position, he will rely on his friends, will rely on other teachings. There is postmodernism now that our children are exposed to. The teaching that there is always more than one answer. It worries me when we as adults teach our children that there's always more than one answer. Because the truth is not always like that. There's always one final answer that is correct. That's why children are trying all sorts of things now. Unless the boy child, to me, believes that there is a God who gives a final answer, there is the word of God which gives you something that is final, they will always be trying all sorts of things. Because if you say there are more than one answer, they'll try all the other things. They'll try it. They'll try the drugs. Maybe I can be happy with drugs. It's another way of being happy. But if they get the truth, that their happiness comes with their connection with God, then you will have no problem. Okay. Where does the current father, current parent, start the whole thing, the process of making a boy child with a future? Can you give us the order of the, I'm sorry. The Bible says, Apostle Paul reasoned in the synagogue every Sabbath and persuaded both Jews and Greeks. He reasoned from the scriptures. Matthew 12, verse 27. The Bible says, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your mind and with all your soul and with all your mind, the mind. Your mind must be connected with God. If the boy child's mind is not connected with God, we are bound to have problems. Because there will be all sorts of solutions that this world can offer to our children. 1 Corinthians 22, verse 14. But the natural man does not receive the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness to him. Nor can he know them, because they are spiritually discerned. Truth is spiritually discerned. I'm speaking as a boy who grew up at Usutu Mission as a mission boy. I was ringing the bell every day. I thought I knew the truth. But it took some time for me to get to know the truth. And when I got to know the truth, I knew that it was not right for me to get a child before I am married. It came after damage had already been done. 1 Corinthians 3, verse 19. I'm completing now. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. The wisdom of this world, whatever we can share ideas, we can put together and get doctorates. They are foolishness to the mind of God. Why not go to this God? Who is this God I'm talking about? I'm talking about the God that our constitution, the constitution of Swaziland, says, whereas we, the people of the kingdom of Swaziland, do hereby undertake in humble submission to the Almighty God to start afresh under a new framework of constitutional dispensation. When we accepted this constitution, we did so under the submission to the Almighty God. The laws of Swaziland were made under this law, subsequently, under the submission of the Almighty God. That's the God that I'm talking about. I'm not just talking as a pastor. I'm talking as a citizen who reads the Constitution and the laws of Swaziland. Romans 2, verse 2. And do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, so that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. We need our children to be renewed. If I was not renewed, I would still be drinking right now. If I was not renewed in my thinking by the gospel of Jesus Christ, I'll still be having girlfriends at my age. Oh yes. I only realized, hey, when I was born again, hey, fella, this is not human what I'm doing. It's only animals who do what I'm doing. Human beings, they are focused. They have one partner. These boys will grow up knowing, like I did, that if you have more than one partner, ulikwa. I once said it in Parliament one day in a closed session. We were discussing these sexual offenses, and people were complaining. And I said, isn't it high time that everybody sleeps with his own wife? And then people looked around, Utsin Manjemat. No. Everybody must sleep with his own wife. Our children must know. As we bring them up, we must know that a person must sleep with his own wife. As it is written, there is none righteous, not one. There is one who understands. There is no one that understands. There is none who seeks after God. Our children should learn to seek after God. It is our final destination. I'm talking as a father, talking as a lawyer, I'm talking as a former parliamentarian, I'm talking as a former chairman of World Vision Swaziland, which looks after the welfare of children, including boy child. I'm talking as a shepherd. I'm saying there is no other way for the boy child but the man Jesus. I experienced that, and I'm living that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Matse. That was a mouthful, ladies and gentlemen. Please applaud as the speaker takes his seat. Wow. Yo. Isn't it high time that every man considers that he who sleeps, sleeps with his wife only. But men of integrity, men who say, come, see, this is how it is done. Thank you so much, Baba Matse. Siyabonga kakhulu. Lo bekakhuluma babukele emakhaya ngibabe Mfundisi Matse. Lo bekasikhulumile sicavile lamhlanje ke sitabana lotawuba nemave ekugcina ekuvala losuku lwethu lobuya etikweni leliphini landunankulu. Bekunene siyaxolisa ukuthi isikhathi sethu sesihambe sabanganeno kakukabi kufisa kwethu kodwa ke lolu hlelo lupresente ngalendlela lamuhla sitawuxolisa kulova sakahle kubedekile kakhulu kodwa letikhulumile letinwele betikhulunywa ngalendlela letikhulunywe ngayo bekufanele kustendeke. Ngivumelene ke kulesikhathi samanje nginiketele lohlonishwa kwethu lamuhla lo ngangababe mabhalane lomkhulu etiko thina simbita ngababe mbazada masuku babe masuku melosi PS in the office of the Deputy Prime Minister kuthi abe nemavi ekuvala lisuku. Thank you Hlana khulu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. I will skip the salutations because ngiyabona sawulambile Jovicho. But thank you very much, Jovicho, for doing a good job. You always bring energy in such events. We thank you for that. Without wasting time, let me go straight to my speech or my remarks. Program Director, at the outset, please allow me on behalf of the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister to express my deepest gratitude for the honor bestowed on me to be invited to deliver closing remarks at this Fatherhood Convention, whose theme is Unmasking the Journey in Responsible Fatherhood and Strengthening Child-Father Relations, Research, Policy and Practice. In 2022, government, together with other stakeholders, launched the second Violence Against Children and Youth, the so-called VAXA, National Survey Report, which gave us an estimated national prevalence of physical, emotional, and sexual violence perpetrated against boys and girls aged between 13 and 14 years, as well as their HIV status. The VAXA survey included valuable information not only from adolescent boys and girls and young women, but also from adolescent boys and young men and persons with disabilities. The data received showed that these groups experience violence differently and therefore require different types of responses. Program Director, allow me also to state that it is for this reason that the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister is pleased to partner with Kwakha Indvodza in fulfillment of our mandate as government's lead agency in the social protection cluster, particularly on family issues. The Office of the Deputy Prime Minister believes it is through initiatives such as this convention, which can go a long way in assisting Eswatini to prevent and respond head-on to some of the social ills we are facing. We therefore welcome this initiative and count on each one of you to carry the deliberations of this convention forward, and indeed to our respective communities. Program Director, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child is one of the world's most widely ratified international human rights treaties. Widely ratified international human rights treaties. The convention did not only introduce a new vision of childhood, but also called for a paradigm shift in the way society considers and treats children, and provides a firm normative foundation to prevent and address violence against children in all forms. To this end, the Kingdom of Eswatini enacted the Child Protection and Welfare Act of 2012. The CPW recognizes the crucial role of the family in children's development and well-being, and in safeguarding their rights, including the right to protection from violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. This is a role bobabela baqotho nabomake labaqotho kanye nato tonke tihlobo netinini tebantfwana must play. The office found it befitting to support parents to execute their parenting responsibilities to ensure that children grow up to be productive, assertive, and independent adults by developing a national strategy and plan of action on positive parenting led by and coordinated within the Department of Gender and Family Issues. The national strategy and plan of action provides the strategic direction towards realization of the rights of children by strengthening positive parenting and supporting parents to better execute their parenting role and responsibilities. Program Director, government's courageous step to support positive parenting by engaging bobabe labaqotho and emajaha steps from the country's genuine commitment in upholding children's rights and to strengthen families. This strategy recognizes further the existence of different types or configurations of families and individuals responsible for the parenting of children, which may have an effect on the relational expectations in the parenting of a child. That as it may, the strategy is premised on the understanding that positive parenting involves 5 key elements, namely strong supportive family and community environment. B, communication and mutual respect between a parent and a child. C, mutual involvement in decision making. And D, positive discipline based on a developmental approach. And lastly, consistency in keeping, applying, and maintaining family rules and expectations. The national strategy further recognizes and embraces the need for sustainable interventions to support families' evolving needs to care for and protect their children. The participation of different population groups and communities, in particular children, in its development and implementation will no doubt ensure a clear focus on the issues that matter most in their lives. The Kwakha Indvodza Fatherhood project, whose aim is to engage men, new and expectant fathers in communal conversations to help improve childcare given by men and their full participation in raising children with positive father or male role models, is one of the many vehicles and examples that we can follow. The country is seeing a surge in incidents of gender-based violence, and in tackling this, an essential part of the solution is in parenting, and that is where positive parenting and family strengthening and engaging men and boys come in. We need to raise children in ways that promote positive and transformative gender norms and socialization that encourages inclusive social behavior from an early age. Gender responsive and positive parenting must influence a positive and active involvement of men and boys, including sharing household duties, learning through play, and using positive role models and discipline approaches to help children and adolescents model appropriate and gender equitable behavior. Program Director, may I congratulate all the good fathers in the country who, despite stigma shrouded in toxic masculinity and social pressure, play positive role models to children and society at large. It is indeed high time all fathers take pride in raising their children with love, care, respect, positive discipline, and dignity. That way, families become safe places and circles of non-violence. To all our partners and fathers, let us all stand united for children's rights and families, communities, and the society. Preventing all forms of violence against children, it is everyone's business. The Office of the Deputy Prime Minister applauds the continued collaboration between government and all key stakeholders in forming strategic alliances on strategies and program implementation. Government and partners always come together in disseminating information and messages to help end GBV and all forms of violence. Allow me to congratulate everyone who played a part in delivery of the Babelo Kotfo project. A special thanks goes to Canada Funds for Local Initiative for supporting the Male Involvement Project. I hope it is the beginning. This is the beginning as we strive to get all men to fully participate in social development issues. These include making gender visible to men as a first step to engaging men and boys to support gender equality. This must begin at kindergarten age, where boys learn the most appropriate ways to treat women and girls with love, respect, and dignity. I also would like to ask our funding partners to make available funding for capacity building, knowledge management, and program strengthening in the involvement of men and boys as partners and agents for change. May I thank you all for your attention. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you, Program Director, for this opportunity.
Ngiyabona lapha ngicela siphinde simshayele intandla baba Masuku. I can tell he is homesick. I quote homesick ngoba sokhuluma ngathi use-UN Assembly. Vele sowushaya ngalendlela bekashaya ngayo yasemelika. Welcome back to Eswatini babe. Siyabonga kakhulu kodwa for emavila khuthatako and the posture that government has taken to support such initiatives. We're looking forward to policy interventions latawenda ukuthi kukhona kusebendeka nasebasikhululela timbasha bomakedludlu. I'm happy Makedludlu is here, Babe Boyden is here, bonke labanikati betipachi bakhona. My partners, Putmusa, Church Forum, nonke bazalwane, Council of Eswatini Churches, nonke, Kwakha Indvodza, SOS, come forward. Hlanganani nibona kusineta njani nathi pachi titawuhamba la. Atingahambi tipachi nengayifaki indlela yokusebenza. Babukele emakhaya siyabonga ukuthi benihleli nathi kwathi kwaba ngalesikhathi manje. Nyalo ke sesitawubuyela emuva e-studio. Tindzaba tethu tifundwa nguNeliswa Sibiya sesibuyela emuva ku channel Yemaswati. Sibonge kakhulu ukuhlala nani ehlelweni Inkosi inibusise. So valile mos. Jovicho, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Inhlangano yaka SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga kunakekeleka faka sandla ekukhuliseni abantwana labadzingile ngekunikela imali kusuka ku1 lilangeni kuya etulu unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni abantwana bethu bantwana bemaswati nikela ngamobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku2505 8471 SOS 1 lilangeni campaign help raise a child. Inhlangano yaka SOS Children's Villages isita abantwana labadzinga kunakekeleka faka sandla ekukhuliseni abantwana labadzingile ngekunikela imali kusuka ku1 lilangeni kuya etulu unganikela nangalokunye lokudzingekako ekukhuliseni abantwana bethu bantwana bemaswati nikela ngamobile money enombolweni lethi 7640 0273 noma usishayele ku2505